Alrighty, let's get started. Um, no. Too much. Just woke up. I can't handle that song right now. Maybe later. Lest we forget. Interesting. Should I quote you or not? I don't know. 50-50 on it. Nah, I don't think I need to quote you. Goodbye, little frogs. It's been fun having you. Oh, don't show up. Hello. Yeah, let me edit. Yep, thank you. There we go. Yeah, we'll miss the excited little guys, but it's okay. I don't mind. Yeah, I won't even quote it. I'll leave it as is. Hello. Us. We will miss the frogs. We will not forget them. Hopefully you're having a good day though. Alright. I just realized though that this could be good, but it also could be bad. It could definitely screw us. At least it guarantees that there's not going to be anything in that room. Alright. Let's go get some fish, hopefully. Luck will get some fish. Huh. Song of Storms made the storm go away. Interesting. No, never mind, it's back. We got 2 catches, but no fish. Yeah, I'm just trying to get rid of these. This one weighs 12. I literally can only get rid of this in a garbage can. Hello, and yes, you are correct. There will be a fishing minigame included in Build 42. I'm partially hoping that it's the way that it works is based on the minigame that you can get better yields as opposed to just making it so that you can you have to play the minigame, because there's a lot of people in the community that have made it clear that they're not interested in the minigame. But at the same time, I don't mind. I like Stardew Valley and I like fishing mini games. I don't mind it at all. It does not bother me even in the slightest. Not a little bit. So, if we do have to deal with a mini game, I'm quite okay with that. It's to make fishing more interactive. At the end of the day, they want to do what they did to foraging to fishing. And that's admirable given the fact that it's very hard to do, at least in my opinion. Think about it. How are you supposed to apply that to fishing aside from making nodes exist, or so it'd be like World of Warcraft where you have to go wherever there's fishing nodes. You can fish anywhere, but the fishing nodes yield better stuff. So like maybe you want the bigger fish, well you got to go to the nodes and play the mini game. But you can survive without. Like it's not like you don't have to play the mini game. I want half of my knives on the ground over here. And then I want you. But that's how I'm seeing it probably. Yeah, lots of people don't like mini games, but there's people that do, and people who are indifferent. I would say that I'm on the I like the idea and I'm indifferent. Like I'm leaning towards positivity and indifference, which kind of summarizes most of my opinions on most things. Mostly, that's who I am. Most of the time, it's like if I could summarize myself in two things, it'd be neutrality and indifference. But I'm not a neutral person, though. I lean towards the good as best I can. It's funny, my alignment in D&D, totally chaotic good. Because I'll do the right thing most of the time. But there's times where I'll be silly and I'll yell in the middle of a gigantic group of enemies that my friend is the one that stole the object, not me. It was him, he did it! Which was really funny. But I was also trying my best to roleplay how I think my character would have done that. So. Now you guys are both in New Zealand? That's neat. Or, well, New Zealand-ish. Maybe not New Zealand directly. I'm not in New Zealand myself. I'm in Canada. One day I'll be in Sweden, and it'll be nice. I'm looking forward to it very much. One day, things will be good in that regard. And then issues like that cropped up yesterday. We were having a lot of technical problems trying to get Emma's Yakuza game to work. Partly due to something going on with Discord, I think. It was really, really bad. Sucked. But fingers crossed that it doesn't happen again later if we decide to play again. Because Emma's at the end of the game now and is gearing up for New Game Plus. That's what's happening. We've already played through the whole story. Emma's Dondoku Island is like ridiculous, and like, it's we're at the end of the game. Like we finished the main story. We finished most of the side bits. It's yeah, we're just gearing up for New Game Plus, which is recommended to be level 75, which is neat. So which is actually not that bad compared to say playing the previous game like a dragon, the first one, because in that one you needed to be like what was it? In order to do the final boss of that area, like the absolute end, you needed to be like level 99, and even then it was tough. We had to like pull out all the stops and use all the bonuses and all the everything just to get through it. But that's how those kinds of games go, right? Yeah, centered that circle. Yay, Cinnamon win. Congrats on being first. Cinnamon win was first. Everyone's seen. Wellness check indeed. I will do that here in a moment. Get a good sip of my beverage in. She ain't Cinnamon a lose. I almost hope that there is a Cinnamon a lose somewhere that's got the worst luck ever and just loses all the time for fun. But still enjoys everything just because that's the way I see Cinnamon a win. Casual enjoyer of everything. Okay. Am I well? I'm well. Okay, let's focus. Get rid of these because they bring me sadness to look at. Where did I put my seeds, anyways? They're in the main house, in the drawer, I think. The house that we used as a staging ground for last time when we were killing all of the zombies before. Pick a game, PZ or DayZ. You're in a PZ stream. I have a very firm leaning bias towards PZ. You would know that, right? I like DayZ. I think it's a good game, but at the end of the day, I would choose PZ easily over it, like 100 times over. No offense to DayZ. It's just PZ is the superior apocalypse survival scenario. Meanwhile, DayZ is a punch someone for their beans and then you know, janky log out combat nonsense. That's what I remember from it, anyways. Maybe they've changed it, or perhaps there's servers that implement more honorable rules. I would prefer that. It frustrated me to no end when I was playing with my friends that we would get to an area like the airport or something, and they would be like, "Okay, now let's log out." I'm like, "But why?" It's so stupid. Like, well, we're not playing the game; we're playing the mechanics. It's just, yeah. That's good enough for now. So you couldn't make the decision? Okay, it's fine. You knew that my answer was going to be that, then why did you ask? You could have just immediately played TZ. Anticipating my answer, and then, but you knew what I was going to say. It's like, then it's not a choice. You chose before, and then you asked to confirm your own choice. I can't convince Sky to not plant his seeds checkerboard style. I mean, checkerboard style technically is the best way to do it. You should actually put a space in between each of them, otherwise they'll lower their yields overall. The reason why I don't is because I'm too lazy to do it. It's faster for me to just grab things like that are next to each other. Statistically, though, for one survivor, all you need is like a plot of 6 of each crop, and you won't ever run out of food. It's like an endless supply of food. Actually, not just an endless supply, but it's like so much food that most of it will rot before you can eat it, even if you're eating all of it at once. Like it's like a lot of food. One survivor with like a full crop rotation is crazy. But yeah, checkerboard style technically is the right way. Like with space in between for every adjacent tile. But yeah, it's because that prevents disease in the crops. You should especially do that with strawberries. It's almost like you would want to do it with strawberries because strawberries have the highest chance to get sick. They're almost always diseased, and you want to at least get 2 yields out of each strawberry. So, but yeah, the checkerboard style is correct. It's just it doesn't matter when you're by yourself. Come to think of it, it doesn't even matter if you're in a group of like 5. The only time that it would really be imperative that you like really have someone on crops is if you're playing on a server that had like 30 people, and those 30 people didn't want to do food, and you had like one dedicated chef. But it's like most folks take care of themselves, so it's like not needed. Yeah, no, it does. Yeah, no, a full moat. That's what I mean. All adjacent tiles. It's still kind of checkerboardy though, right? Kind of. I guess it's not checkerboardy. I'm just thinking it's checkerboardy because it's tiles. But all adjacent tiles are like spaced. Space your crops. So like this, technically, but one by one. You see, like that, like that, like that. That would be perfect for crops. You space them out by one. What? I should set my alarm more, because winter is one of those times where I actually need to be more specific with my times that I'm fishing. And I don't want to miss fishing. Because right now I don't have the means to train to do trapping. At least not yet. I have to wait for crops to grow. There's some crops growing over in the other area, but the other area is kind of compromised, so I can't just hope that I can get over there. Gotta wait. Thankfully, though, we are level 6 fishing, so... Yeah. We're gonna see major weight gain, but that's okay. The only thing that matters. was it? Go get a rest in, come back, clear some of this group. Sorry. Bump the boom. Did I mark you? Yeah, I did. Okay. I know one of the katanas I didn't mark, though. We need to mark it with a heart. Most of them, maybe. Hello. One of these cars should be doable. We'll start with this. Tag with watches? Yep, we have 2 total, but is the important one. The other one's up north and lost in zombies. And we'll leave that for another in-game time. Seems like some zombies are coming up. Of course, that was just a shout. It's not pulling that much. Well, the watches go off every 30 minutes. That's another katana. But, so, and that's a, no, that's not a machete. That's just a bread knife. They go off every 30 minutes because there's 48 watches in there. That's right, we're gonna have long blade 10 in no time. But yeah. Okay, so I want to do this now, but I don't want to do it right this second because I want us to fish and stuff first. So what we'll do is we'll shout a bit there. We'll kill these zombies really quickly, the ones that I can see. I'm gonna honk the horn. But later. I wanted to honk the horn up north, but unfortunately we got overrun, so I didn't get the opportunity. That said, we should be able to keep things going fairly quickly here. And I'm gonna be able to honk the horn soon, which will be nice. Alternatively, I could do the other method. The other method is a smaller version of it, but it'll be just as effective. 7 shots. The shouting should have brought in at least a couple over here. So we'll clear out... No, I don't need to. Is that it? Yeah. Goodbye, Desert Eagle. Okay. Now we go over here. It's slightly smaller than a car horn, but it is still effective. It'll pull in whatever's in the immediate area, and then the car horn will pull up most of the stuff from north will come down, I think. And then from there, it's just a matter of control. We need to control the area, try not to get pushed out, kill all the zombies that we possibly can, and then once we're done with that, then we should be good for the most part. Things will be balanced out. Plus, it got me a little aiming XP, so it's like 2 birds, 1 stone. And it seems like it's not that bad yet, so we'll have to wait and see based on the helicopter. The next helicopter should happen either today or tomorrow. Or not tomorrow. It's between now and the next, like, 4 days. Today being the minimum, like the earliest the helicopter can come. And 4 days from now being the latest. We've got this helicopter down to a science. Having a katana helps, but it was unnecessary. I could do the exact same thing with almost any other weapon. It's just having a katana is nice. It's fun. Hi, Sylv. Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having a decent day. And you're waking up? That's good. I'm waking up too. Emma's went to sleep. But it's always interesting. You should have slept. You could get a power nap in. At least hit your M's or something. Yeah, I can understand that. I woke up 2 hours ago, but I'm just now waking up. Yeah. I'm getting old. Aren't we all? I'll finish off this group. And given the fact that that gun didn't really pull anything, I'm feeling fairly confident on a honk in the horn. But not right now. We want to go fishing first. Of course, it was only a Desert Eagle, but that's one of the louder pistols. You know, Magnum, Desert Eagle, etc. Because I'm Brazilian. Neat. Oh, best of luck to you. Hopefully it goes good. It's already been approved. Yeah, I know, but sometimes they're slow at those sorts of centers. They do it intentionally. It's one of those sorts of things that they make people wait. You know, you gotta sit in line and wait more, and it's like it's a strategy to make people want to leave as fast as possible, which works. It's effective. You already got through everything. Well, that's good. You're just renewing. Fair. It's better to renew stuff like that than to get like, because otherwise it takes even longer to get it done again. I know because I had a passport and it expired, and it was a pain in the ass getting a new one. In comparison to renewing, which I mean, you can have a passport for 10 years and then you just renew. So much easier than dealing with it. I had to renew my passport in a few years, but it lasts for a while. Christmas in Sweden was amazing, and so was New Year's. We were supposed to meet up for coffee or something, but we never ended up going up over that way. So maybe next time. I do intend to move to Sweden, so that's on the docket. So like, it's not gonna be like we'll be able to do other stuff, like hang out for a bit and stuff. So it'll be okay. Don't worry. Just because we missed one opportunity doesn't mean it's all gone. Do not fret. I'm not worried about it at all. Silv is indeed Swedish. He is a Swedish streamer, actually. Well, you used to stream. Do you still stream? He used to stream, but I know I haven't seen your streams for a little while. Maybe you were taking a break, you said? We used to play games a little bit. With your 90 phone. Yeah, that's fair. No, I understand. Family's more important. It's one of those things that it's like, yes, family first, everything else after. And I would have it no other way. Oh, yeah, exactly. But we would have had to go over that way, and we didn't end up going. Sweden is a hot place. It was cold winter when I went. When I was there, it was like the coldest it ever been, is what I was told. Which is why we made jokes the whole time, like that I brought my weather with me. We're like, yeah, I brought a bit of Canada was brought over here and froze Sweden. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, it was a very cold winter. Like, it wasn't as cold as my home here, but it was definitely cold home there. I need to go fish. If you've ever wanted katanas, spam this area. It's hilarious how many katanas you get here. I didn't realize that this area was so katana rich. It doesn't even seem like it though, right? Like, it seems like it's just a normal area. Why is there a secret training ground for ninjas out here? Yeah, I got 2 fish. That's why I'm fishing, is because I'm level 6 fishing. We managed to get to 6 before the winter debuff kicked in, so we're kind of in an okay spot when it comes to fish. Yeah, it was really, really cold. It's not hot by Brazil standards, but then it's also not cold by Canada standards. Like 30 is still it's still -30 is still pretty cold. But the coldest it got here was into like so cold that all of the vehicles in town, for the most part, their batteries were all dead. It dropped down into like the -60, -70s range at one point. It was that cold snap hurt. Like we were scared about power grids going down. Like it was one of those things where if the power grids go down, don't open any of your doors. Stay inside because it's yeah, and we have to hope the power grids come brought back. That cold snap was kind of scary. Thankfully, though, there's a handful of folks here that are very like super. They plan ahead, so they uh, they brought their batteries for their car inside, and so they were going around town helping people start their vehicles, which is super sweet of them. Okay, we got to get back to the house. But yeah, even like it's brutal. Most of Sweden is really really nice. In terms of weather, and what's really cool is that no natural disasters. At least none that Emma could come up with. Emma's like maybe a odd storm here or there, but it's like, do you get earthquakes? No. Tornadoes? No. Tidal waves? No. It's like fires? Not really. No. Floods and mudslides. Yeah, exactly. So like I mean, but not really, and some storms. But it's like natural disaster wise, it's not. You guys are very much in a calm place, which is neat. It's neat that there's calm. It's calm. Yeah, forest fires. There was, but compared to here, the forest fires we've been having is just ridiculous. Like here, since yesterday, you guys remember yesterday, right? I looked it up because I was curious. We were at 167 extinguished fires. Let's see how many we're at now. And this has been within the span of 24 hours. We're up to 180 with 60 active fires right now. So there's been, 13 extinguished fires, and we're still at 60. But they're all under control, it says, which is kind of nice. It says that most of them are on the wane as well. Quite a lot of them have aid as well. One, two, three, four, eight. 8 of the fires have assisted aid, and most of them are under control. There's a handful of them are being held, but they're not quite under control. Yeah. First country to use fighter jet bombings to put out a fire. Is it that hot in Canada? It's not that it's hot, it's that it's dry, and so we have specifically in this province especially, it gets very dry, and when things melt, that combos with like dry, and it's just the perfect fire starting stuff. It's crazy. It's like the fires are super easy to start. From what I remember as well, 50% of the fires were weather related last year, and it was 50% were weather related, 48% were started by people, and 2%, I think, was unknown. Something like that. It was in the ballpark of that. It was yeah, well, people like they'll flick their cigarettes out of windows, and or they'll start little fires in the woods and not quite put them out. And if the weather is really like as it is now, especially at the season change, because what happens during the season change just before spring, and we maybe get a good rainfall in, is things are burning so that they can refresh for the next season. That's what happens. It's a cycle, right? And like so that all of this burn material will then be lush nutrients for the soil. It's natural and really good, but yeah, it's tough. Yeah, it happens often here. There's no real reason for it, except laziness, I guess, and people who are smoking, not taking like they they just flicking their stuff out, or people not putting out their fryers properly. Yeah, it's very dry weather here. Like, getting used to the weather here is sort of special. Actually, I wonder, can I cut this other fish in half? No, it won't let me. You can't leave your bread out of the fridge. Soggy bread. Yeah, weather is something that's interesting. I'm surprised that we don't have the ability to control it yet. We probably do. Maybe we do. I don't know. But I am surprised that it's not something that we have under our control. We've made it worse. I mean, yeah. Kind of funny, but not funny at the same time. You know, we lean into controlling it, but I mean more like actually like creating clouds and stuff and helping certain areas. Creating a rainstorm so that we can like make sure certain areas are a little bit more under control. I'm sure that we could. We could control weather. Totally. All right, so now we're gonna do the dangerous thing. Are you ready to do the dangerous thing? No. But I'm gonna do it anyways, even though I'm not ready. You're definitely not ready. Yeah. I suppose I'm thinking more on a planetary scale, though. Like, if we could harness things like tornadoes and other natural disasters to our benefit instead of having them cause issues. Imagine tornado in a bottle. Of course, people would want to use it for war. All right, are we ready for the dangerous thing? Alright, zombies, you have one job. Come here. But don't eat me. Yeah. That's a thing, right? It's clear that human beings have an effect, but at the same time, it's like some parts of it are the natural order of things, like ice age to the opposite of an ice age. But it's clear that we're making it worse. I'm still waiting for the science that to come forward about. I would love to live in one of those like space domes. That would be kind of cool. But I don't want to be one of the first people to live in them. Like a colony sort of thing, like you see in the movies. Those would be cool. Well, see, and the thing is a lot of people don't understand that. Yes, the planet will keep on trucking. Like it doesn't need us. We're extra. We're a bonus that it has. It's a planet. There's a lot of other planets in this system that don't have life and don't have or had life and decided, you know what, we don't need that anymore because their atmosphere went away or something. Like Mars, there was like water residue found on Mars. And like that's one of the things, right? Is they're still functioning. They're still planets. They still exist, and you know, Earth can be the same if you know we don't take care of it to a degree. Now, I'm not going like crazy ecological, like oh, we need to save the planet because we don't. The planet, we need to be nicer to the environment for ourselves. It's a selfish sort of thing, I guess, kind of. But at the end of the day, it's like we aren't going to survive otherwise. Take care of home before you take care of yourself. Are we going to survive? I mean, maybe. Human beings are quite adaptable. I love that scene in The Matrix where he's like talking about humanity, and then he's like, "There's only one thing that's like humanity, and it's virus, and it's a plague on the earth." And I really like that scene. We could be a plague, but we also could be something that's good for the planet as well, right? Like you can be part of the system and still be good for it. Don't swing and miss, please. I'm trying my best not to. It happens sometimes where I swing because I'm trying to connect to the zombie immediately on the edge of the range because that's the best time to hit the zombie because it gives me most time to. But doing that misses. Some has a chance to miss. So I'm trying. That's why one of the more satisfying things you'll see is if the outline doesn't light up on a zombie and we kill it. Like you get that edge of range, just like no lighting up, but it still connects. That's the perfect range. But you are right. Katanas give you Superman syndrome, and I've mentioned this before. But so does using your primary weapon, whatever it is. For me, it's knives or whatever is highest. Currently, it's spear, I guess. We're all zombie slayers at heart. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, it is very strange how human beings are kind of. But we are also capable of holding two conflicting things at the same time. The whole, this is bad for you, but I love it. You know? Whether it's smoking, energy drinks, too much caffeine, or whatever it is, it's like an excessive amount of sugar. It's bad for me, but I can't get enough of it. You know? Human beings. Hypocritical, but, it's fine. Can hold two conflicting arguments. I love candy, but it's bad for me. But I love candy. Yeah. I don't know what that means. Asmongold tier. Not sure. Does that mean a lot of them, or strange? Does he? Yeah, I don't think I'll do that. I don't need Asmongold in my history. Nor would I want him at all. Like, he's already going to be in my history because I said his name out loud. Which is enough. That's one of the channels that I don't. I used to watch some of the content, but I just fell off. I don't respect the React content. I feel that that's a bit of a blight in the way that it's done. Yeah, same. It's not to state that people sometimes will lose their way and choose some strange options. And thankfully, I didn't get to see any of that. It's a good reference. Fair. I'm just going to assume it's a very messy desk. That's what I'm going to assume. But yeah, it's not like I hate the guy either. Like I mentioned previously, I can't hate anyone. It's physically impossible. But I cannot respect someone's actions based on them doing silly things. And I can disagree with opinions. And there is the times where I dislike someone, but I can't hold it. It's one of those things that I just can't be hateful. There's no reason to. It's a waste of my energy to be hateful towards someone. Like, I can dislike someone very briefly, but it's short-lived. Yeah, it's fine. Let's drop the topic, because I don't want to talk about him. Currently on Zomboid, I am trying to kill all the zombies in this area. I think we're making progress, but it's slow progress. Oh, absolutely so. Trust me, I know. It's one of those things that I just, it's few topics that I'll just not be interested in, and that's one of them, because it's just, my view on those things is very one-sided, and I know a lot of people won't agree. There's a lot of people that love React content, and they love certain folks, and I can get behind that. But at the same time, when you see what it does, it's just not worth it. Either it gets its own section, or it should, which hopefully in the future it does. If it doesn't already, it might already have its own section. But yeah, that stuff is very, very toxic to the algorithm and to everything. Because you'd think, oh, it's helping people. No, it's not. You look at the numbers and the math, it does not help anyone. Oh, but it gives them a bump in their numbers. No, it literally doesn't. Because their video would have been in the algorithm and it would have got picked up anyways. But now somebody else is soaking up all the views. Selfishly to their own channel. But yeah, thank you for the fireworks and thank you for the wellness check. I'll take a sip of my tea and just drop the topic because it's not something that's worth discussing. There's a lot of people that really like that stuff, though. Because seeing the facial reactions is cool. And I agree with that part of it. But the Weird Al Yankovic version of that stuff is how it should be. Because he did a video on it, how you should do React content. And it was him holding an iPad. You can't even hear the sound on the iPad. But then you see his facial reactions. That's how you should do React content. And then post the video that you watched. So, like that. That's the best way to do it. And if Weird Al did that, dude was king of parody. So, right? He parodied so many things. And if he thinks that about it, yeah, he was absolutely a king of parody. Handful of really, really awesome creators like that. Like, say what you will about Michael Jackson, but he was king of pop. Elvis Presley, also, notable, was the king. Yeah, there's some people that are just absolutely super notable. And I respect their opinions as a result of their notoriety and the status that they've earned. They worked hard on their status. And yeah, they don't always make the best decisions, but you got to remember that the tabloids and all of that stuff is going to blow out of proportion anything that is even remotely small. Sometimes it's big. Sometimes it's a pretty bad blunder. But if that blunder happened to a normal person, it wouldn't be that big a deal. Probably, comparatively. Or maybe it would. Maybe I'm being too generous. But still. Folks often are put on a pedestal, and yeah. Yeah, in court cases, exactly. Weird Al has done some really, really good things for hello. But still. He's done some amazing things for parody and copyrights, and he's tried to bring things forward, especially for the music industry where there's a lot of absolutely back and forth about what's right, what's not right, and how far can you go. And that needs updating. Copyrights have been in the need of updates for ages. It's been many, many, many years. That stuff is archaic at this point. But yeah, in my personal opinion, and I feel that React content is a blight and needs to be in its own section, same as music, separate from the algorithm. So because music has its own section, that's separate, because you'll listen to the same song 100 times over, right? So music actually gets its own separate section, its separate category on YouTube. React content should be in the same boat. It should get its own section. That way, it's not affecting the algorithm, and the people that want to watch React content can just click on the React content link, as opposed to having to constantly block channels that I might actually really like. Like, I might really like those channels, but because they've decided to go that route, I don't want to be a part of it. Anyways, that's my 2 cents on the whole thing. I don't want to go into too many details on it because it is a controversial-ish topic. But it's, yeah. There's a lot of data on that stuff, though, which is interesting. But anyways, back to Zomboid. My plan right now is to keep honking this horn for a little while and hope that we can clear out a large portion of this area, and then we'll be able to take most of this area under our control. We're going to have to deal with waves of zombies that are going to be coming in from the north as well as from the south, but we should be okay. Oh, absolutely. I agree with Zoc. There's some good stuff in the... there's always going to be good in the bad. $15K? Yeah, we've been pushing a little bit. Like, in the last 2 days, we jumped the kill count by almost 10,000 or so. Because I'm... There's a tiny part of me that wants to race Twist, but at the same time, I know there's absolutely no way that I can do it. Yeah, I've been slaying. Given that I'm using Pacifist and Slow Learner, I have been slaying fairly fast, but I can't keep up with Twist. There is absolutely no way I can. He's too fast. Not unless he takes a nice long break and plays some RimWorld. Give me like a day to catch up. And that's assuming that work doesn't begin for me. Which it probably will soon. And then work will take up a considerable portion of my day. And then we'll have to stream less due to it. Can I tell you about the next video game you're buying? Oh, which video game? What's the next video game you're buying? So Twist on Fire is a German streamer that is got the second highest kills. Suck up sounds interesting. On Twitch, as far as I'm aware. He had a run that went for was just over 3 years, and it had over 500k kills. Did someone say RimWorld? RimWorld's a good game. I would play RimWorld, but I'm not very good at it, so you guys would have to suffer with that. I've never launched the rocket, as an example. About living longer, so don't try to catch up. No, I'm not trying to catch up. I'm just trying to keep pace. That's what I'm trying to do. There's no way in hell I can catch up right now. Not like I said, not unless he takes a day off. And I'm aware of that. He just kills faster than me for sure. But he's going to run out of zombies in Riverside soon. To which then he's going to have to go to... over to No Man's Land. Which his plan is to go to Brandenburg. Once he hits Brandenburg, there's no catching him. No Man's Land zombies are like the most zombies there are. And I am well aware of how that works. Like, I'd pull up Lamprey's map and show everyone, but you can just take my word for it instead, and that it's a lot. Okay, I want to read what you're saying about your game called Suck Up. The premise is you're a vampire. You have to talk to NPCs and get them to invite you. Oh, that's that AI game, isn't it? I've seen that. I've seen a little bit of it. MF said it was fake. I said that it's interesting. I figured it was real. That it's probably an AI or something. But yeah, I've seen Suck Up, where you like have to disguise yourself and then convince people to get you to let them into their house so you can vampire them. Yeah, Emma said that's fake, but I was like, it looks like it probably could be real. I mean, I've seen crazier things be actually a real thing. There's a new Pokemon game that's like 95% AI generated. That seems interesting. AI is making games. AI is making art. AI is doing streams because there's a couple of AI streamers now. It's already here. Like, we've already got AIs. They're on the way. There's no stopping it now. It's too late. It's good, but it's bad. It gets people being lazy, but also it is good because it makes it so that we can do things easier, right? Some things are easier. It's a tool at the end of the day, right? But you can still very much see the difference between AI and like somebody who's really really good. But yeah, like comparing artists to AI, you can easily spot AI art versus like it'll get better over time though. It's just like everything, right? Fake hair, now you can actually get real hair, etc. Okay, so I do want to take care of this group before we head over to the fishing. It should be fun. Okay, well, if you plan to stream that, that'll be decent. I'm fairly certain I'm already following you, but let's double check. Yeah, I'm already following you. Okay. It's the easiest way. So the balance was not there. Okay, interesting. You've never heard of Suck Up? No, so Suck Up is a game where you have like they're like Wii people, basically. They look like Mii's. Um, and what you do is that you go up to their house and you're trying to get them to trick them to let you in because you're a vampire. You want to eat them, and then you can take their clothes and disguise yourself as someone else. So like you could dress up as like any of the people that you take over, and each of them has their own personality and all of this other stuff. Yeah, I don't think you can post a link, so because it's but if you DM it to me, I'll post it, like Whisper or something. Here, here I'll do an emote or something in chat. There. Did you DM it to me on Discord? Maybe I don't have Discord open usually when I stream, but I'll open it really quick. Yep, figured. There we go. I've heard of this game though. It seems interesting. It's a single player game. But the characters look like Mii's, and it's AI generated dialogue and stuff. So the whole point is that you're supposed to break into their house with like like dialogue, and then like you go in and you can then eat them, and you can take their clothes and you can dress up as a bunch of different things. It's really really cute. It's really really simple. I remember it. Hi Danu. I let myself get super cold because I was hopeful that I would catch a fish, but we did not. Oh, can you not? I'm cold. Alright, let's go have a nap. Yeah, you have to like actually persuade them a little bit. Yeah, it's definitely an interesting idea for sure. Yeah, when I showed it to MM, 100% said it was, oh, this is totally fake. I'm like, oh, but it doesn't seem like it. It seems like something that could be made. Yeah, it's very unique. Am I starving? No, I'm only very hungry. Yeah, no, I agree with Sylv that it's probably not a scam. It looks like it's like a fun game to try, and there's enough people that I've seen playing it that it's interesting. It's a cool way to use AI too. because it's like it's not being used as something that's like structuring the game. It's like more of just a mechanic that is in the game. Hi, by the way. Oh, you should have seen it yesterday, Chelsea. I know you probably missed it, but I almost died in here yesterday. The zombie broke through the window, came inside, and was on me when I woke up. I had to sprint bump him while I couldn't see him in order to not die. That was brutal. We're gonna oversleep. Yeah, it was a close call. Very close call indeed. I should have set an alarm. I should set an alarm, but I just haven't been doing it because out of sheer laziness. I After that in-game day, I ended stream because that's one of those big mistakes when when you make a big mistake, it's usually time to take a break. I was like, that's a big mistake. I even went all the way around the house searching and not didn't manage to find it. Well, thank you very much for the gifted sub to Chelsea, Zarazok. Do appreciate. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your frog emotes, Chelsea. Yeah, if you end up keep playing while you made a big mistake, it's like you can. It's not a bad call entirely, but you can. But you expect that you're gonna have that big mistake looming over you and causing you to maybe not play as well as you would normally. I'm not sure why Chelsea's gifted sub gets a notification and Zox does not, but thank you for gifting a sub to the channel. Yeah, I don't know, Zoc. I don't know. I I'm not sure. It's weird. Here, I'll give you some. Here, I'll use my points of infinitum to give you fireworks. Okay, there you go. You got fireworks. I give you fireworks. There you are. That's favoritism. That's hilarious. But thank you very much for the sub. I do very much appreciate the gifted. Enjoy your ad-free viewing as well as your frog emotes. It's hilarious. I don't know what causes it. I don't. I genuinely don't. Is there like a? Did I accidentally activate a? What's it called? A thingy? A variant? Maybe there's a variant that's muted, and I activated it by accident. I'll check it later, but it's one of those things that it's so weird. Because twice Zoc did that and no notifications at all. I have to see it in chat. It, the notifications are to let me know that it's happening, sort of thing. They're important for that reason, right? I'm gonna starve. I'm gonna starve. We'll go get food. She's just cute to me. That's what it is. No, but you have frogs. Best of luck to you in your schooling there, Sylv. May you learn all the things, absorb all the knowledge. Use it against them. Yeah. My frogs are cuter than me. But they're your frogs. I feel like Yes. Doc has some really, really cute frogs, and I showed Emma, and Emma was really, really excited to see them. Very happy. Who wouldn't be though? You get to see more frogs. It's the best for sure. Ooh, if you put your cat in a frog costume, this is one of those picks or it didn't happen kind of scenarios. I'm fairly certain. Need to see the cat in the frog costume. Ah, it could be that little frog costume that has like the sword and the shield too. Like a frog knight. That you would like to see. Me too. That sounds awesome. Oh, thank you very much for all the gifted soups. 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 I do appreciate. Cats are cute, yeah. I like their independence and I like the fact that how prideful they are, because it's hilarious. Cats are one of few animals that will run directly into a class door and then they'll walk away like they meant it. Like it's one of those kinds of things. Yep, totally meant to do that. Yes, you do hear Zelda music in the background. There are sometimes Zelda music, sometimes Mario, sometimes Kirby, sometimes The Sims. Oh, they're really funny. Yay! Yes. I'm very much a big fan of instrumentals, so if you hear something on my playlist, usually it's because it's a song that makes me happy in one way or another. Whether it's a Yakuza song or a Mass Effect song that makes me think of Emma, or old songs that just from games that I used to play. Am I starving? Oh, darn it. I'm starving to death. That's annoying. Anyways, gotta groom. Yeah, cats. Cats are just like that. It's kind of an admirable quality of cats that they can just kind of do that. Yeah, cats need time to kind of get used to folks, and they'll warm up to you eventually. It's just like frogs. Frogs will warm up to you eventually, kind of, but it takes a while, and then eventually there's bonding and such. Dog can tell you firsthand. It takes a while, but eventually there comes a point where they actually do seem to appreciate you. Yeah, it's super cute. It's such a frog name. Yes, it's very much a frog name. Every creature will bond. Yeah, this is fact. Yeah, it's really sweet. I do appreciate that there's some folks in my Discord. I find that Discords are hard. Like, I'm in a lot of Discords, and I like being in a lot of Discords, but at the same time, I understand when people don't want to join a Discord because there's so many Discords. Everybody has a Discord. I get it. Joining Discords is kind of like another one, add another one to the pile. Another one that I've got to maybe apply mutes to half of the channels based on what my interests are, etc., etc. You know, I get that mental. Easy to way to get notifications about stuff though. So it ends up being like a Twitter or a Facebook. But for gamers. Yeah, I'm slow about joining them too because at one point I had over 200 Discords. I culled a lot of my Discords because people move on with their lives and things change over time, right? I don't know how many Discords I have now, but at least they gave us the ability to folder them, so that makes it a little bit easier to have my nostalgia Discords as well as Discords from different time periods that I'm a part of. Whether it was Overwatch stuff or Minecraft stuff or just old communities that I used to be a part of and or communities I'm still a part of now. Yes. Because Chelsea and Blank and Trip are all together as a three party package. You get all three when you're with one. It's great. It's great. You do karaoke in there? It wouldn't surprise me. I expected all three of them very much would enjoy that. Emma wants to do karaoke at some point in the future. But Emma has some struggles. Currently, in Emma's current living situation, she can't really belt out like in full tune because apartment and such, right? That's something that I'm is on my list of to dos and make things easier. Because I definitely, if anything, we'll have a getaway at some point where Emma's going to be able to sing at full volume and such, which will be nice. It's same for me. I would bother my neighbors if I was like singing at full tune, but thankfully they make the walls here a little bit thicker. Not super thick because I can still hear like the daycare and all of that stuff sometimes, and it bleeds through. I guarantee onto the stream sometimes. And if that's the case, I do apologize for when the daycares are noisy. There's nothing that I can really do about it. You know, they're living their life the best they can, and I'm living mine. So it's one of those things, right? But still, it's like just one of those things. How many? Not many. Emma can come in karaoke. See, Emma would she would consider taking up that offer, but at the same time, it's one of those shyness things. I don't expect that she would be able to. Okay, so it's 1400 November 13th. And I have to correct one of my things because I think I put. Yeah, so it was here is when we have that, but I'm pretty sure I put October instead of November. No, I put November. So it was which day? 14 November 13th. Maybe one day we'll do it. I'm not very good at karaoke myself, but I can sing sometimes. I'm not gonna win any awards for my singing, but I can enjoy it. Why do I note all of the Helis days and times? More so just for fun. I'm just trying to track the Heli and just see how often it through statistics and like just quantifying so like okay, we've gotten some that are like 3 day or sorry, some that are 10 days here, so that's a 10 day gap. This one here, that's a 6 day gap, or is this a 6 day gap? No, this is 9 day gap. So it's like just for my own sake of curiosity, I'm marking down where when the helis show up, And then with this run specifically, as opposed to the last few runs, I'm actually marking where the helis come in, like so where they start. So we're gonna mark the heli here, but you can actually see we can actually now trace the route that I took from like so like I was at the mansions at one point. You can actually see where I was on the map given certain time frames in the year as a result, which is kind of neat. I like that. That's like, you know, 3, 4, 5 down here, 6 all the way over here because I roped all the way around, and then 7 over here because we came back over here to grab the machete to do the machete science. And then from here, I went down, I think, and we roped around this way, and I was here for 8, 9, and then 10. They forced me out on 11, so I was pushed all the way up to here, fished here, 12, 13, 14, and then yeah, it's neat. It's a neat little thing that I was started doing because it gives me sort of a tracer on where we've been. You there, and then we'll add in 1. And there's 3 of them, and that's fine. Yeah, there's lots of them. You're gonna start using your map more? That's fair. Using your map is definitely gonna be helpful. There's some runs though where you don't have a map, and during those runs I struggle sometimes because I will mention something and then I'll go to open my map and it I can't because there is no map. Lamprey L5 was like that. I spent like I would press M and I'd be like, oh yeah, I can't. You can't open the map. There is no map. My map is my character's mind. You have to just remember where you did stuff and where you put stuff, which I mean the map is useful for that. Alternatively, what I was going to do in the Lamprey L5 was I was going to get a map of Muldra, like an actual in-game map, and I was going to use that as my map. But that'll only take you so far. This helicopter will also give me an idea of how many zombies are actually in the area. Or at least for right now. And then if once we get to the 2-3 helicopter phase, that's when we'll know the area is much better. I don't expect we'll hit that stage for quite a while though. Last run it was 30k approximately. This is a good question. What is your go-to karaoke song? Everybody has a handful of those songs that when they pop on, then you just can't help but sing them. Girls just wanna have fun. Yeah, there's a lot of those, actually. A lot of them are from the 90s and the 80s and the 2000s. And then there's a few of them that are from earlier. They just hit different. It's because folks were really getting into their the boy bands and all of that stuff back then. Those things were all new. Somebody to Love. Yeah, those are good songs. We're surviving fairly good. We're talking about karaoke. There is a shotgun somewhere in here. Pretty sure. Is it you that have it? Yes. Oh, it's empty. Never mind. Wait, you have a karaoke channel, but you've never done it? Oh. It's Trip's karaoke channel. Okay, fair. I can imagine Chelsea's next goal on stream is going to be a karaoke sing-off. Hey there, I'm having an amazing time, yes. Hopefully you're having a good time too, Animal. How's L6? And or other sprinter-ish things that you are up to? Are you having fun with your sprinters? Or are you taking a break from things and playing some other stuff? How goes this deuce? Featuring me? No, I wouldn't be very good at it, but I would, well, I might still come sing though. I don't mind that part of it. I'm not too shy, but sometimes. Like we mentioned before, for me, I'm more extroverted than introverted, but I'm about a 60-40 split. At least that's how I see it. I used to be more, but I started going back into myself a lot more with the year before last year, so 2022, 2021. COVID did that a little bit. It wasn't COVID specifically though. It's I believe everybody's on a gradient for it, not like or on a spectrum for it. You know, like you're not gonna be 100% extroverted. You're gonna be a little bit of both. That's usually how it is. Just like nobody's gonna be 100% introverted. You are going to have those moments where you're gonna be like, oh well, I'm around friends and it's great and it's wonderful. But then you might be like a 80-20 introvert. An ambivert. No, I think that everything's on a gradient like that, though. You Need Me. Those are good songs. Reminds me of that, and then anything by Queen is usually really good too. Just because of how catchy they are. They will catch you off guard, and you will be singing along. That's usually how it goes. Yeah, it's just one of those karaoke. Like they're those songs were built for karaoke. There's also many a time where so Emma loves doing the karaoke in the Yakuza games. They're more like Beatmaster, kind of like Guitar Hero almost is what I would describe it as. But it's still really really fun and enjoyable. I don't hear Queen much in karaoke. No, but so you don't hear it in much in karaoke, but you hear it when people sing along to it because they're going to. It's one of those things that it's not like a direct karaoke song, but it's like one of those songs that you hear it come on and everybody hears that chorus of like what is it, Bohemian Rhapsody, and it's like everybody's like doing the same thing. Mama. You'll sometimes stop what you're doing to sing along to it briefly for like a handful of minutes. It's one of those things. Same for a few of their other songs too. We Are the Champions, etc., etc. Right? Starving to death. Awkward. Here, I'll open this just briefly so you guys can see I'm not gonna die anytime soon. Just because I know that this is probably making someone anxious. It's fine. We're fine. It takes an eternity to die of starvation. An absolute eternity. Sunday Drivers. Oh, Sunday Drivers. I've heard a lot about their server. I've never played on it myself, but I've heard that it's really really fun. It's like hybrid sprinter. Like there are sprinter areas and there are shambler areas. It's definitely an interesting server. I've never played on it myself though. Yeah, I can understand, Tom. By the way, of how you wish you could just hit certain notes and you just can't. Like it sucks. It would take like a lot of voice training in order to hit those notes. Yeah, so you can't hit them in truth. It, like sort of like you know what I mean. You can hit them in your own octave, but you can't hit them in their original intended octave. So it's like trying to adjust things. That reminds me of the Jeremy Irons thing for "Be Prepared," how he tore his throat, and also the composer of that refused to change the song for him so that he could hit the notes easier. He's like, "No, you gotta go and get yourself some voice training. Hit these notes the way they're supposed to be hit." It's like, wow. And he ended up hurting his throat. Some songs just sound just right when they're played in certain ways. Ever present zombie presence. And it hits all different emotions. Yeah, exactly. It can sometimes just completely change the entire flow of a song. It's like if I'm not sure if anybody here is really familiar with Bill Bailey, but he's done some examples of music, and then all he did was adjust the tempo of the song ever so slightly, adjusting the tempo, and it changed the song entirely. Like he's like, okay, let's slow it down a bit, and then it changed the song, and then he's like, let's slow it right down, and then it changed the song again. It's like it's crazy, and just the way that those kinds of things can just, it's small changes in either octave or in tempo, or like it's just it's a whole new song. 307. Yeah, and it can feel very amazing and intense. It reminds me of watching one of those talent. It was, I think it was Britain's Got Talent or something. And the very first time Susan Boyle did her thing was incredible. That's hitting the notes bang on. They set that up really nicely, though, especially on the show. The way that it was sort of oriented, they did a good job presenting. Problematic. Am I fishing this way? No, I need to leave. Yeah, there's a lot of really crazy and amazing artists as well, and some songs just hit different feelings. Take you with me because I may need you, as well as I should scoop up a handful of spears when I get a chance. Just on my way by. Those zombies, by the way, that are up there are the probably a relative. Like it's maybe I don't know if it's hundreds or thousands, but the yeah, it's definitely something like that you're passionate about. You can definitely hear the passion in some songwriters, just like the way that they do stuff. It's good. Oh, feel free. You can also post it in the music section if you want everybody to appreciate it, because that is good too. Oh, absolutely. It's one of those things that it's that's why I have the music section in the gallery is because I want everybody to be able to appreciate things, whether it's art or music is a form of art. It's paintings for the ears, but at this rate, I won't be able to fish, but that's okay. I've already committed, so it does suck a little bit that they're chasing me around the way they are, though. It hampers my ability to kill them. Winter's slowing me down. Let me ask you this. Okay. Sorry if I miss anybody saying anything. By the way, my apologies. If I miss something you say, just repeat it. What is a you're gonna say a decomposer, aren't you? I'm guaranteeing that I've seen this joke before. I'm sorry to steal your thunder, but it's a totally a decomposer. Yes, 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 yes. I got it. Yay! I win. Never forget. Never forget. Zoc, what do you call a a little frog vote? A little frog vote is a tadpole. Little frog boat. Yeah, tadpole. And I find them that they're always ribbiting. You never know who's gonna get voted. Sometimes, sometimes don't they just recede? I think that some frogs that their pole tails just recede, but some of them probably eat their tails. I could see that. let's do the walk thing that we gotta do. I'm not keen on this, but the like I mentioned before, if I've got to rope around a few times just to make sure that I don't die and the things work out for us in the positive, I'm definitely going to do that. This is a different way to do it. Oh, it's their body absorbing it? Okay, fair. Why are there zombies over here still? Why are you zombies being lazy and not walking all the way over and visiting? Oh, because this is the... Is it close to the... Yeah, it is. But being lazy, zombies. Yeah, frogs are very efficient. There's a reason why frogs have survived for millions of years. Frogs, as a species, are older than human beings. There's a reason for that. And actually, it's really kind of clever. In Futurama, they do, when they're doing the evolutionary thing in that movie, the Wild Green Yonder or whatever, frogs and snakes show up in that like chain of things that are... you, really? You're talking about... that's a Jurassic Park thing, isn't it? Life, finds a way. Yeah, that's true. They just want to relax. They enjoy their life very simplistically. Wow. What? Unfavorite? That's not a command that should be done. There's no way it ever can get unfavorited. Well, sometimes they do fight from time to time. They'll fight if they like. I've seen them kill. They kick each other sometimes. Like, hey, leave me alone. But that's about it. I was watching one of those frog channels that I enjoy with Emma, and yeah, they'll kick each other sometimes, especially when it involves food. Yeah, but they don't harm each other intentionally. It's meant to be like, hey, it's more like a tap that says, hey, don't. Yeah, they don't mean offense and they don't mean to hurt. For sure. I agree with that 100%. Okay. We've got time. My goal right now is going to be get to that northern area. We aren't expecting a helicopter for a while. So what's the zombie death goal? Currently 100k, but you know, if I could beat my PB, that would be nice, but it's not likely to happen. Not before Build 42 comes out. When Build 42 does come out, I'm going to run into a loving embrace of a zombie. And we're going to play build 42 instead. Because as much as I do like this character and I really would like her to live and all of that sort of stuff, because I do like my characters. Like we mentioned before, I think they're gold. Like I feel like they're like goldfish. They're really nice to have, and I like to take care of them. Sometimes I mess up and they die, which is unfortunate, but I mean it happens. But that said, if I could beat my PB on this run, then that would be nice. But I don't expect to be able to, because I set the bar pretty high for myself. Exclamation point PB. I think it's 243 something. And some change. I can never remember the back part of that. Or, well, I mean, I can sometimes, but sometimes I just can't. Like now. That's why I think I can't beat my PB right now. It's because it's like getting 100k doable before build 42 is released, but doing like my full PB, it's not likely. Because it'll take close to around the same amount of time. What's the pop? It's times 16, so it's the most pop you can have. And that run was scaling in difficulty as I went on. So we added pinpoint earring, and that run I had integration on my chat. So like what that means is for channel points you could call in helicopters and jets. Also, I linked it also to bits, and I also linked it to subs, and I linked the jets to followers as well. So basically, it was constant event noises all of the time, and then that's kind of what has led me to where I'm at right now. I still feel like the vanilla heli's harder, though. The only helicopter that's worse would be the Raider one. And I didn't have that one on in my run when I did that PB run. But there was a point in that PB run that was where I even halved the cost of the integration. Because it was a really long run, and I wanted it to be harder. That entire run is on YouTube under my VODs. Because I have a VOD channel that has all the runs for the most part, but then I update them periodically. Like I'll post a stream every other day. Okay, enough. But yeah, what's green and has 18 wheels and sounds like a frog? Oh, hmm. Uh, I don't know. What is green 18 wheels and sounds like a frog? It's just a frog. You lied about the wheels. I'll forgive you just because that's clever. You got to give Tom the credit on that one. That was clever. Well done. Kudos. Like, I was sitting there racking my brain on it. I'm like, 18 wheels. What would have 18 wheels? And then I was like, maybe it's some kind of vehicle, or maybe like a space station is where my brain was going. Like some kind of space thing, like a rocket, and it has just a bunch of wheels on the side to like help it go. And then from there, my brain went to frog rockets, and that's just it's interesting. It's like Kerbal Space Program, but the outside of the rocket looks like one of the Kerbals. I'm actually surprised there's this many of them out here in the middle, because like we had a helicopter on the far side. Hmm. You were thinking of some like of the diesel transporting vehicles, kind of like an ATV or an APC, right? Not ATV, an APC kind of. But then they put gigantic frog googly eyes on the side of it. That has to exist somewhere. I refuse to believe it doesn't exist. That has somebody has had to have glued googly eyes to an APC. Yeah, transporting frogs isn't cheap at all. I'm looking forward to that stuff though. Definitely more out here than I expected. Yeah. As long as I can make it to the river before fishing time. I'll be happy. Yeah, I was thinking outside the box though, Tom. I was really trying hard. And then apparently trying too hard. I was really trying my best. That happens sometimes. Where you try too hard. The reason why I'm taking this route because if I rope around here, definitely have enough knives for smaller groups like this one, but thank you very much for the gifted sub, Zoc. I don't know what is with that and it not giving you your alert, but you definitely deserve it. No alert again. But Sidus gets to enjoy ad-free viewing and frog emotes. Thank you again. It hates you? I don't know. Enjoy your sleep, Chelsea. Or wait, Sidus. My bad. Misread. Right, Sidus. It's not alert. They're a very nice person. You've never had an alert on this channel. Well, here, I can play you an alert for sure. Yeah, I can give you one. Here, I will give you one. I didn't sub, but you know, there you go. I give you an alert. There you go. Your very own alert. It's all for you. It's got my name on it, but still, it's just for you. Oh, have a good night, Chelsea. Enjoy your sleep. Thank you for the wellness check as well as the fireworks. I will do the wellness check. And in like 20 minutes or so, I'll refill my tea. If I remember. Hopefully, I'll probably remember. So I'll kill these two, and then I need to push towards the river because we need to get there and for fishing purposes. Because I very much don't want to eat the peanut butter if I don't have to. You put some frog stuff in my Discord? Or in Chelsea's Discord? Either way, somebody gets to see frogs later, so that's nice. And I'll probably get to see frogs too, because I'm in both Discords. I've already seen them? Yes, yes. I'm glad. The world needs to see your frog videos, for sure. Secret stars in the making right there. You took a picture of a frog once? That's good. Hopefully. I'll get to see it later. Ready for the dominoes? And it's the most satisfying part about knives. Is when you know that you're going to be dominating them, like you set them up and then you domino them, and it's great. My favorite part of knives. Yes, what is it you want? No soliciting. uh, those frogs are great. No soliciting. I'm trying to have my leaf nap. Whatever you want, I got you. We're on the struggle bus at the moment, which sucks. I have a little bit of food in my inventory. You zombies sure don't like to move, do you? You'll overtake my area. I thought more of them would have moved down, because they did overtake my area again. But maybe they were just teasing about taking my area over. And they stayed where they were. Fond a lot, active and all things. They just melt your heart. That's fair. Rain frogs are adorable, the way that they are. Absolutely. They are so cute. My favorite part is kind of like is one of the parts that's not good really, but it's just too cute. Is them getting mad. Them getting mad is just the best. It's like Budget's frogs when they get mad or get scared. They try to look big and then they start to squeak and stuff. It's like wow. Budget's frogs though look like they're smiling the whole time. Meanwhile, desert rain frogs, they look angry. Angry frog. I'm scary. Fear me, squeak squeak. Yeah, that is exactly how it goes. I am scary. You will fear me. Are some of these trees fake? Like, what the heck? Why are some of these trees I can see through? I'm not complaining, but I'm confused. Fake trees. I'm for it. Let me see through all the trees. Or is it just me fake being able to see through the trees and gonna get me jumped? Ooh, that is some thick foliage. Open path right there. Really, we're cold? What about now? I need to try not catching on so many trees, though. Is there a way to build a short blade until maintenance is leveled? You're just absolutely running through blades. That's going to be normal. But the thing is there are so many short blades that you will not run through blades that bad. Like, so what you can do is you can pick up things like screwdrivers, hand forks, kitchen knives, and the screwdrivers are really, really good for maintenance. And you'll see hundreds of them, especially if you've survived over a month, because like every other zombie has a short blade stuck in them. Whether it's a hand fork or a screwdriver, or here, let me put it like this, just so that it's more, it can sort of be more like easier. If you look here at the damage that the kitchen knife does, right? You can admit that the kitchen knife is probably one of the better short blades. Not counting the hunting knife, of course, or the meat cleaver, but kitchen knife is probably pretty important, right? It's one of the better ones. So the damage is just by the 4 there, right? On stack encumbrance. But if you look at the screwdriver, it's just slightly less damage, not that much less. And also, the screwdriver has better durability than the kitchen knife. So if you really like, kitchen knives and screwdrivers are just interchangeable. And no, you don't just want to finish zombies off with knives because you want to deal damage throughout because you want to keep earning XP throughout the whole thing, right? If you're trying to max out your short blades, you'll max it out really, really fast if you take Burger Flipper combining it with Fast Learner. Oh yeah, it's but yeah, just screwdrivers, hand forks, bread knives are not bad either. You can pick up bread knives early on until you have a surplus of screwdrivers, hand forks, and then obviously use your hunting knives in dire situations and make sure that if you have a surplus of hunting knives, which you will eventually, you can use those. You can lean forever into your primary weapon. You don't ever need to go into like a side weapon if you really don't want to. Some folks will. Some folks will have a backup weapon. It's definitely not a bad idea to have a backup weapon. Um, your backup weapon could be whatever you want it to be. However, if you choose, for example, to use spears as your backup weapon, you're going to be eating through some of your knives. So it's probably better to choose a different weapon class. Um, any of the blunts are good because they last for a very, very long time and can help you build up your knives. As well as, well, I mean, if you get enough long blades, long blade's not bad. And if you want, you could do axes. Axes are really good too because they're axes are the jack of all trades weapon. They are the weapon that everybody uses. Jack of all trades, master of none. They do decent damage, but if the game could have a Mario, that's what the axe would be. The axe is Mario for this game. It's even on the cover art for the game too. We're quite desperate, so I'm just hoping there's no zombies here. $241, not bad. Way more than I thought we would be getting. Top speed. I need. Good enough for now. You can craft everything except for long blades. So you can craft a weapon for all of the categories infinitely. Um, there is an infinite weapon for every category. Not counting the good weapons that are like hunting knives or like that you find on zombies, which you will. You'll find like hand axes. You'll find, but there's an infinite weapon for all of the categories except for long blade. Long blade is the only one that doesn't have an infinite weapon at the moment, but I think that's getting addressed in build 42. So the infinite weapons for each category are, for axes, you have your stone axes. Stone axes are arguably some of the best axes in the entire game because they are the lightest of the axes as well as they're infinite. So you can keep making them, and they are the lightest. So as a result, they end up being the best axe actually for a lumberjack to use because you get to use more, you get to swing more out of it. So, and at late game, yes, once your maintenance is higher, your stone axes will last a lot longer, and because they're lighter, you get more swings in, you get more kills in. Stone axes are the best weapon for mid to late game axe wielder. Anyways, long blunts. Long blunts infinite weapon is the plank. Uh, so it's not the greatest. It does break quite frequently, but its damage isn't terrible. Its swing speed is slow, but it's still okay, right? But you can get a lot of planks if you have a saw. And even if you don't have a saw, you can take apart stuff and still get a lot of planks. So it's like planks are fairly common and infinite. For short blunts, you actually have the stone hammer. Stone hammer, it's okay. Its damage is decent. It makes a satisfying clunk. It's one of the weaker ones of the infinite weapons, but you kind of need it as a utility item if you don't have a regular hammer. So it ends up being very important for carpentry. In the end, long blade, like I said, doesn't have an infinite weapon. There's only katanas and machetes at the moment in build 41. Then you got your short blades. Short blades have the flint knife, which is or the stone knife. It's a fairly okay weapon, but its durability is where it really suffers. It breaks very very frequently. It does decent for damage. It's about equivalent to the screwdriver in terms of damage, but at a fraction of the durability. And then from there you have the spear. The spear is arguably one of the most powerful weapons in the game late game. Once you get the spear past level 6, level 7, level 8, well that's when spear shines. Early on, spear is trash. It breaks immediately. It'll maybe kill 5 zombies that are chasing you while you're max exerted. So that it might save you in those kinds of situations. A lot of people will call spear OP. I don't think it's OP. I think it's more balanced, right? In a sense. Maybe the attack speed's a little high on the spear once it gets into the higher tiers, but at the same time, it's like, so are all of the weapons. There's no weapon on this list that's weak when you get to level like 8 plus. All of them one shot for the most part, except for the short blunts and the short blades. But those ones one shot sometimes and two shot most of the time. So it's like, at that point, if you're already surviving to the stage where you can be nitpicky about which weapons, you're already good enough at the game that you don't really need to be nitpicking. So at least that's what I think. You don't need to nitpick. Just do as you will, play whichever way you like, and just enjoy. But those are the infinite weapons of all the categories, and they're all fairly good for their own right. When I was doing sprinters, I was trying to level long blunt with planks, because long blunt you can take an XP bonus in. That's another reason why I would consider some of these OP and some of them not, is you can't really take an XP bonus in spear. So combining no XP bonus, which I don't actually have an XP bonus in any of these skills, but combining no XP bonus with slow learner and pacifist, you get like it's a fraction of the XP. It's going to take you tens of thousands to level your stuff up. Like I'm already almost level 6, almost level 5 short blade, right? Level 3 long blade, level 2 short blunt, level 2 long blunt, and we've only killed 16,000. But that's 16,000, where a lot of folks will take fast learner and they'll be done by now. Plus a bonus. You can't take a bonus for spears, but you can take a bonus for like axes and stuff. And at this point in the game, they'd already be level 10 with their weapon skill, you know? And actually, spear would be getting closer to the higher levels at this point if you took fast learner. It still takes a lot though with spear, but that's where the balance kicks in. I do, and because of there are balances and balancing factors, and each kind of weapon has things that it's good at and things that it's not good at. So at least that's how I see it, anyways. Everything's gonna one shot eventually, so it's like you just pick whatever you like, whatever you like. I really like the short blades. So when I get to level 10, outside of redeems that I obviously would enable because I would want people to see their favorite weapons in action, I would be using short blades probably, or whatever I feel like at that moment in time. It could vary. But I definitely recommend people play with the game the way that they want to play. And then there's also the final sort of weapon that doesn't get talked about nearly enough, I guess, maybe, and that's fire. Fire is another weapon in the game that exists that you don't get the kills for, so you don't get the credit for it, but it is the most powerful weapon in the game. There is no weapon that can outpace fire. Even guns can't outpace fire if you have like infinite ammo, because it's just they just can't. Fire's too good. While guns will get you far, eventually the condition on your gun will go down, and then you'll have to find a new gun, right? Meanwhile, fire would just keep trucking along, killing infinitely. That's just how it goes. It can kill thousands of zombies in an instant for the most part. It'd take a little bit of time, like an in-game day, but you can definitely kill in the tens of thousands of zombies very, very quickly. But yeah, it also burns up your entire area and makes it so the loot's gone. So, anyways, that's Zomboid's weapons in a nutshell. They're interesting. I'm cold. I need to cure my being cold. What do I need? We're wearing a shirt. We're wearing another shirt. We're wearing long socks, right? No, I'm not wearing long socks. Go look for long socks. You have long socks on? No. Here's a pair of long socks. You want to try out the Molotov challenge out? The Molotov challenge is really cool. That one's done by sucking on chili dogs. He's the guy who came up with it. And kudos to Chili. I don't think we can get anything, but I don't have anything better to be doing right now. And this is making noise so that zombies that are around can come out. Plus I'm getting a little fishing XP. It's minor, but it's still... You burned down half of Rosewood? That's a bit of a whoops. Okay, I figured as much that we should only fish during the fishing hours, but I wanted to confirm it. I've been there too, but mine wasn't Rosewood. A very, very long time ago, I burned I burned most of the Muldrow strip. Mine was in an attempt to get to the bookstore. That's what I was trying to do. I was trying to loot the bookstore. And I was like, okay. And then I burned down all of, well, not all of Muldrow, but most of the strip. And there were no books left because I burned them all. And it was on that day that I was like, well, fire can be, if I was talking to Elm about it. I'm like, fire's really powerful. It's really, really strong. But it started to lose favor with me because of that. All right, we'll head back to the house, have a nap. Right now, I'm just trying to take a knee until we have enough food to be okay. So as much as it does suck that I'm sort of not, and we're about to crest down and into underweight, but we should be able to at least catch a fish or two. If we can catch one of the big pikes, like the white, the 109 like sized pike, then that would be solid. Come on out. I downloaded the tent interior mod. I activated the zombie event foe. And they got you? Oh, that's one of the reasons why those event mods are. I get nervous about doing those because what if I spawn inside a van with 3 zombies on a fairly decently long run? Exactly, sort of what happened to you there, right? It's like definitely does get my nerves up a bit. Yeah, the ads are not something that I do. And 7 minutes, that means that you're building up ads from running away from streams. You shouldn't do that. Just get the ads out of the way. If you got 7 minutes, I only have 3 minutes of ads here, so that means that you would have been building them up. Um, we streamers don't choose to have the ads. We just they exist on the platform. So you had 3 minutes. Yeah, exactly. There should be if you've been here, you'll have 3 minutes. But if you run away from the ads, you actually will stockpile the ads on yourself, and eventually it'll add up. So either do one of these things. This is what I recommend. Is it ads? Yeah. Go find a working ad blocker. Go get Twitch Turbo. Go subscribe, or wait patiently for them to be over, or find your content somewhere else. That's also an option. They're the 5 options. I don't usually include the last one because it's one of those ones that's like obviously you're on Twitch, so you want to enjoy some content, but this ad song dance always happens because a lot of people don't understand that that's not ads are the way the world works. That's kind of just how it goes. Companies pay for advertisements so that you will see them and that you will be wanting to buy those products. Um, Twitch gets money for that. It pays for the platform. And then there's also the fact that when I was growing up, we had commercials. And the commercials were 1/3 of your program. So it's like, yeah. Oh no, I understand that you're not mad about it. I'm just when you say something in here, I'm gonna have to respond in some way, probably. So just so that it's clear for other folks. But plus, I don't want to that kind of behavior, saying talking about ads and stuff. Like, I mean, I wish I could do something about it, but I can't. So it's like one of those things. Yeah, ads were nothing compared to commercials. Commercials took up 1/3 of your view time. Now think about that in terms of a stream. I stream for, anywhere between 5 and sometimes longer. Let's say 5 hours, right? Old school commercials would have been 1/3 of that time would have been commercials. So instead of getting the 5 hours, you'd only be getting 40 minutes every hour. So, you'd be getting a handful. Trying to do the math in my head, but I'm failing really hard. It'd be 20. Be like three hours and a third. Something like that. Yeah, I think calculator because fail to do the math in my brain. But so you get a fraction of the time, you know? It's as close to that as it can be, right? But anyways, most streamers will put their ads down to the lowest that they can, which in my case would be 3 minutes every hour. And the most that I've ever seen is like 15 ads. Or no, 15, 22. Maybe 22. Because there are some streamers that will ramp it up. Why? Because why not make more income? And then if people don't want ads, they can do one of those three options that's in the front. You know, get an ad blocker, get Twitch Turbo, or get subscription. One of the multiple things. Everybody also has. But yeah, the most you've ever seen is 9. Then you've probably never watched one of the bigger streamers. I've watched a handful of the big streamers because sometimes it happens they're doing something that's very interesting, like and they have sometimes up to like I think it was 22 or something like that ads, because why wouldn't they ramp it up? It increases their overall income. Wouldn't you if you could? If you could just get a bonus amount of income just by clicking up a thing, wouldn't you? The ad cuts don't mean very much, but if you think about it, a couple of pennies on, or a couple of dimes on uh, tens of thousands, well, you're going to start making something at that point. I agree that it is a bit overdone, and that sort of it's an adpocalypse a little bit, but in saying that, it's like I get why ads exist. They need to exist. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to pay for the platform that we're on. Yeah, you grew up in the 90s. You get it about commercials. Same for me. I grew up with commercials, and that's one of those things that I've seen tons of, right? Seen tons and tons and tons of commercials. What were the commercials for? Sometimes they were really good, and they would capture your attention, and they were decent. Like one very vivid commercial that I remember from way back when was it was a Pepsi commercial where because Coke used to do those jingles a lot of the time, right? So Coca-Cola used to do the jingles with the polar bear and the Santa Claus and all that stuff, and Pepsi used to bash Coke. That used to be their thing. They used to bash Coke all the time. So the one that I remember was a kid was it's like a Wild West theme. There's Pepsi machine on one side, Coke machine on the other, and the kid buys 2 Cokes to stand on to buy a Pepsi. It's just little things like that. Those commercials were really fun back then, and the jingles were great, and the polar bears, and and seeing that stuff. But commercials were also the okay, quick, run to the bathroom, go get a snack. Okay, now I can come back and enjoy. You remember that one too? I would hope that some folks remember it and remember the jingles, because the Coke jingles were really good. Not very many folks know, but you know that Pepsi's overall goal was actually not to beat Coke, but it was to be the number 2 beverage in the U.S. That was their goal, because it's important to have a goal that's big and that you probably won't achieve, right? But that was their big goal. Their big goal was to be the number 2 beverage. They had no hopes of beating Coke, but something that they could hope to achieve was be the number 2. And then they got really popular. I still prefer Coke over Pepsi, but then again, I don't really like soda as much as I used to. Not as much, because when you age, your palate changes. You start liking certain things better than other things. But yeah, it was definitely an interesting way to go about things. Anyways, I don't like to talk about this stuff too often, but whenever it crops up for a brief moment, just in case somebody else were to have seen that, I know you meant nothing by it, but other people see it, right? And then they feel like they need to pep up and complain as well, and it becomes one of those sorts of things, and I just don't want to. I don't want to hear it because I hear it way too often as it is. Because it's one of those things that if we could control it, we would, but we can't because it's needed. It's needed to pay for things. Anyways, moving on. Put the bullshit in our food capital. And I do apologize if I'm not. I wouldn't want to be seeming hostile towards you or anything. It's just one of those things that when one person says something, other people are going to see it. They're going to see, same thing. Also, that's I do mention some of this stuff because I do know these VODs are going to go onto YouTube eventually, right? That's the plan for all the VODs is that I'm going to have them as an archive on YouTube, and then if I ever want to pull the footage for something like, oh, I have the footage for that, I can go and make a video if I want, stuff like that, right? But it's good to clarify stuff for the folks that maybe catch it. They're like, oh, what does that mean? Oh, I hate ads on YouTube too. Wild cherry Pepsi is the only Pepsi. I've seen cherry Coke, but not wild cherry. It's just cherry. And then I also seen cherry vanilla, which was a very strange flavor. But cherry vanilla might actually be something of a weird one. Vanilla Coke was absolutely amazing. It's one of my favorite ones. It frustrated me when they limited it to summers only here. It was one of my favorite sodas. Because here in Canada, they had a brief period where vanilla Coke wasn't being brought in during the winter. I don't know why, but I couldn't get it anywhere. I mean, they're better than nothing. Have I ever? Oh, you're talking about sugarcane Coke? Yes, I have. It's really, really good. You get it in a glass bottle, and it's lovely. We have some shops here that sell it sometimes. It does suck to take a knee through the winter, but I just don't have the means to fish at the moment, and I didn't manage to get farms stuff off um, before the zombies pushed me out of the areas. And I let crops rot because I was really trying hard to kill the zombies that were in my face. So we're gonna slow down a little bit, which sucks, but I mean it is what it is. I'd rather survive and then pump the numbers later than die horribly and to weight loss, which is what we're dying to right now. Yeah, survival is first always. Primary thing is survival. So as much as I would like to be killing like tons of zombies and just raising my numbers up, I can't right now. Yeah, I can't if I don't survive, then I can't get the kills. And I can't really do much more right now. Like we planted more crops, and the potatoes will be harvestable soon, I think. So that'll be kind of nice if we can get back to the potatoes and the carrots. But For now, I'll just keep foraging and I'll fish until our hunger is situated, kind of. So what mods are we running? You do an exclamation point mods and it'll say. It's all cosmetic stuff though, and display. So like old school RuneScape XP, map additional map markers, my frog hat, hairstyles, a thing to link to the kill counter, messes, Twitch stats. I've got a couple of daily XP mods that show like how much XP we got in that day, as well as a kill score, and then a daily kill count. So like if I were to do this, for example, it tells me how good this character has done. So currently her daily kill count is 360, and she's averaging, what was it, 125 kills a day so far. Yeah, I drink very occasional energy drinks, but I don't want to drink them too often because it's one of those things that you get into a cycle with them and you start drinking lots of them, and then that gets risky. And then you can start feeling like heart issues and stuff like that. Just not good. Yeah, if you need to stay up extra, then that's fine. But it's good to make sure to take breaks and also make sure that you're paying back your sleep debt that you're building up. You love coffee? That's fair. I really like tea. Tea is the beverage that I probably am going to need to drink less of in the future. But right now, I can enjoy lots of it because still doing okay. Oh yeah, I guarantee it's fairly difficult to pay that back if you're in the military. But you'll get to pay it back at some point. They do put you on some strange sleep schedules when you're in the military. I am not militarily involved, though. I'm a civilian. I've got lots of friends that are military, though. They are amazing people. Some of them are veterans. Some of them have served a long time in different parts of the military. It's neat. They tell me all sorts of cool stories. Oh, nifty. I'd like to not starve to death, game. Can I have some good berries, please? What's my T? I actually have a command for that too. It's exclamation point T. Today it's black currant. It is a black tea. Yeah, I have a T. I have a T command. You can do an exclamation point commands if you want to see all the commands that are in chat. Black teas are really good. Yellow teas are decent, or well, yellow or white depending on your preferred. Um, and then there's also yeah, but you can also get teas that are like berry teas that are specifically designed to flavor certain ways and sorry, my bad. But yeah, some of my favorite ones are chais. Thank you. I'm sorry, I did reach for it, but it's like it's one of those things that if I'm reaching for it and the sneeze gets me before, I'm trapped in the sneeze and can't get out. Yeah, chai is one of my favorites for sure. There's a particular vanilla chai that I always get that's just so good. Like I ordered an entire box of it, and I've already ordered another box because it's like we're almost done that box. But I decided to have something a little different today. Well, I've tried lots of different kinds of tea, breakfast teas, Earl Grey, um, tons of other teas. I ordered some ginseng tea at one point in time that was really good. Oolong's also very wonderful. There's tons of types of teas that I very much enjoy. There was one airport that I was in, and I tried to order some oolong tea, and they didn't have any, and I was so disappointed because that's part of the reason why I went there. Was this had some really really good oolong. At least that's what somebody was telling me. Like, yes, try the oolong here. It's so good. Yeah. Yeah, most of those other ones, like there are teas, but they have they're the amount of tea and the amount of other such things make them less tea. They're more other stuff, but they still kind of count as teas because that's like the primary part of the beverage. But yeah, I've been drinking teas for a very long time. It's always been one of the beverages that starts my day, gets my day going, is good. Emma says that Earl Grey smells and tastes like drywall. And I've got other people that say Earl Grey smells and tastes like potpourri. It makes me laugh to think about it because I really like Earl Grey. Earl Grey is solid. It's great. It's a good tea, but I can't brew it for Emma. I have to brew Emma other teas when I brew myself. Emma really likes black currant, which is why I bought this black currant. Actually, it was because it makes me think of Emma. Um, and yeah, but I tried brewing Emma some Earl Grey once, and it was just nah. I finished her tea because she couldn't. She was like, "No, it tastes like drywall." Peppermint mint teas are really good too. Peppermint is solid. A little spicy. I like those around Christmas. Flower teas are also very good. You can get a lot of really good flower teas. One of my all time favorite teas that I will only drink in special occasions is a lavender tea. It's very, very light and it's very good tea. I definitely recommend it, but it's not necessarily much like many flower teas. It's sweet and it's not necessarily something that a lot of folks would enjoy. Um, like starting your day. It's more like an evening blend. Kind of like chamomile, but a little bit lighter than chamomile. Chamomile, I find I it's not that I don't like chamomile. It's just that I find that the properties of chamomile don't quite work. Like from it's probably just due to my restlessness, though, because they're supposed to make you tired. They don't make me tired. They make me wired. It knocks some of you out. That's fair. It's one of those teas that yeah. I wish that it did something because I tried it as a sleep aid because I like tea, right? And it did no, didn't help. A heavy blanket helped though, for sure. Try an edible? No, I can't. I have nothing against people who smoke pot or any of that kind of stuff. I just can't. I'm not able to. You see, in my family, we have schizophrenia, and there was a study done that linked schizophrenia to weed. So I'm always nervous around those kinds of things because I don't want to be having extra voices in my head. I can already deal with my own voice echoing around, bouncing around my mind. Could you imagine if I had to deal with another voice as well on top of that? It'd be so much annoyance. But I made a promise to myself, and then that was when if I once I get to a really really old age, I might give it a try. Just because it's one of those things, right? Once I'm old, like really old, like 70s to 80s, it doesn't matter if I have schizophrenia then, because maybe I'll have dementia or Alzheimer's. You never know. Stacking on a little bit of schizophrenia probably won't be too bad. You never know, right? Yeah, exactly. Do everything and have fun. That's the thing is that like once I get to that age, I can just like it'll be fine. We can kind of just coast at that point. But for right now, I'm still youthful and I still have like as much as I do feel old sometimes and I make fun of myself as an old soul. Um, I am aware that I still have enough youth to be able to do like 24-hour streams if I want, or to do extra work here and there, or yeah, it's one of those things that yes, look at that. Look at that. We're in the green. Did we gain some weight? We cut off. Yes, we did it. We cut off the negative before underweight hit us. I'm so happy about that. If we could just gain just a little bit of weight, just a little bit of weight, I should be able to go and maybe hopefully do some trapping, to combine it with fishing, and then we can maintain. If we can maintain, then I can go kill zombies. Hooray! Let's see. Drinking causing. Yeah, I could see it causing hallucinations and voices. It's everybody's different, and chemicals in our bodies will do different things in our heads, in our blood, and everything. I could see it happening. It's one of those things that would be very stressful, and I can guarantee that if that sort of thing were to happen, like to me as well, if I started drinking, then I would be like, yeah, I'm never drinking ever again. Never again will I drink. But yeah, it might be something specific in the alcohol too. Or it could be a specific herb used in particular alcohol. I'm not sure. Yeah, there's a lot of things that can do different things to the human body. It's very interesting. And every mind is different. Every mind will react differently to certain things, relatively the same but different in slightly different ways. That's why you kind of can't get like everything down about a person. Not yet, anyways. Maybe eventually we will. We'll have it down to an art, but for right now, nah, it's difficult. No, we really don't. There's a lot of stuff that's missing, a lot of gaps. Because if we did, we would be able to clone properly, and unfortunately, we still can't. The reason why it's unfortunate is because if we could clone properly, then we could make organs for people who have organs that are failing. We could nullify disease completely. Although that would probably hurt pharma a little bit, but it is what it is. What I don't understand is, wouldn't you want to be known as the first researcher to cure cancer? Like, or stuff like that? That's why I'm really looking forward to CRISPR and all of those sorts of things. It'll be interesting. All right, let's put the bugs away. We'll just have to wait and see. It's one of those things that you never really know. Yeah. It's good to make sure the whole what is that saying? It's like a boat with water in it can work better, but just don't overfill it or something like that. I can't remember the proverb right now. It's from like an old Jackie Chan thing, is what I seen it in. The good old drunken boxing. No, we wouldn't assume you need it because it's not something anyone needs unless they become dependent on it. I know a few people who are alcohol dependent, and that can be kind of tough. Because getting off that, you actually need help to get off that. Like actual like people giving you alcohol in certain dosages and gradually bringing it down until your body is no longer um, needing it, because it will need it to a degree that can actually be fatal. But yeah, everything in moderation. Hi, by the way, I'm waving at you. Good to have that sometimes if you can't give it to yourself. And some people just can't. Some people are too, their minds are too go, 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 go all the time to really, and they care too much. The reason why I keep foraging in the same area, by the way, is because I want to get my weight up. So my options are level foraging, and eventually we get to have frogs, or level fitness, and then we get closer to athletic. But also, it could screw me in the event that bad things happen. So I'm leaning towards the frogs, which is probably not a surprise. I'm not going to be able to level foraging super quick though, because we don't have a bonus towards it aside from hiker, I think. Yeah, it'll be interesting trying that stuff in the future, but I will send you to Jesus. You're like that guy. Emotional damage. Everybody knows that the slipper is secretly one of the strongest weapons that you can have. That slipper can curve around corners and bonk you on the head if thrown by the right person. Like got homing capabilities. Come on, foraging. Yield to me something tasty. It's still November, so there's still a chance, as unlikely as that chance is. I want to do one more rotation of fishing, and then we're going to, hopefully, if we catch two fish, we'll then start heading back out. I just need a little bit of food. Enough to keep us going. Actually, is there deep forest anywhere over here? Because this counts as forest. There's the deep forest. Okay. Can you ask about my D&D? I feel like you've talked about it on stream before. Yeah, feel free. The D&D campaign that we were doing. It's me and there's a few other members. We've had a few members in and out, unfortunately, due to either scheduling conflicts or them just not being as interested anymore. We've had a couple of people join the party or join the game and then leave, or join the Discord, never participate, and then just go. But the primary members of the group, we've had one person who's been through two characters. They're on their third now. And we have our DM, Pepper, who is really, really good at what he does. He's very, very solid when it comes to making a story and building a world. And it's really cool. And he'll roll with pretty much whatever we have to bring to the table, within reason, of course. Not going to just let us like fly around and stuff, but it's not unless without proper stuff. But it's a very casual group. We have myself playing a rogue gnome, which is she's got. Um, it's funny because she's like I want to say she's nearly chaotic good, but she leans to more towards neutral. She's more self centered than good. She'll do good stuff, but anyways, so we've got that character. We've got we had a character that was like a tiny fairy that is intimidating, like crazy intimidating fairy. She's like a hybrid class. She's like a druid and cleric and a bunch of other stuff. Like she's a very like hybrided out character. Um, we have our other friend playing a well. He's played a few characters, but he initially played a. It was the character's name was Graves, and it was similar to Graves from League of Legends, kind of. But anyways, he ended up murder hoboing somebody, um, which was amusing, kind of. But so the character ended up incarcerated, and then he went off on his own. So then we got a new character added to the group, which was Vance. Vance was like a two-handed paladin slash. He had some kind of like dark past as well that we never really got to explore because we did several quests with Vance, and as a group we were a good party together. But part of our story ended up having Vance turn into some kind of weird, like, demonic enemy thing, and which was interesting. Like, he's not, like, he still looks like Vance, but he was like smiling and he was like chopping people up and stuff. It was violent and terrible. Anyways, so now we've got a new party member. His name is Malcolm, and he kind of looks like a guy from The Witcher, and sort of is what he looks like. And we don't know anything about Malcolm. Like, he's got like mutton chops, and kind of there's rumors about him being a werewolf, which is interesting. And so that's one member as well. And then Emma is also in the group. So Emma joined the group right around Vance, when we went to a second town. Like, we were on our second town area, doing a more complicated quest that involved a string of murders, which was interesting. Um, it's like a felt like a detective story almost, kind of, because we ended up having to go into the sewers, and it was really cool. And there was like a bunch of different quests that kind of like were like all together. And anyways, Emma joined. Emma is a dragonborn character that has a small frog named Bachi or Baki. I don't remember the exact pronunciation, but she has a frog, and she's a druid, I think. She can like transform into different animals. Yeah, Emma's and Emma transforms into a bunch of different things, and it's great. At the carnival, which recently we went to a carnival, that's kind of how we are started to get to know Malcolm a little bit. And actually, that's where we still are. We're still at the carnival. We were doing a bunch of carnival mini games and other such things, which is really neat. And Emma's frog was being painted. Like, we were gonna get a frog painting, which is gonna be kind of cool. As well as there's like, I mean, the story of the campaign has been really interesting so far. Like, we started out as joining an adventuring guild, as like all of our characters are separate, joined up together, right? And then we went and we ended up having to slay some, I think they were like goblins or something that were causing problems on a road. And then later they had us investigate a sewer thing. Like, there was like missing kids or something. And the campaign's been going on for about 2 years approximately. But it's we only play on one day a week, right? And sometimes it gets canceled. So, because people can't make it and stuff like that, it's unfortunate, but it happens. Yeah, we went into the sewers to rescue kids, and anyways, we go into the sewers and we see this creepy puppet guy, and he like loads kids onto this barge, and then off they go. We also met like a water spirit that was in the sewer that's apparently connected to all water, which is kind of cool. And even she couldn't catch this guy. So he's like a major antagonist, or he's being puppeted by a major antagonist or something. Anyways, he got away scot free. And then we go back to the guild to report, and they thought it was a big old prank that they were pulling on us, Poop Patrol. So we were like, okay, well, no, it wasn't a big old prank. There was a dude that was down there, and there are missing kids. And they're like, okay, well, wow. And so then they sent us to Waterdeep was the area that we went to. Daggerford was the first town, um, which is it's kind of cool. Daggerford has like a bakery that makes dagger bread, which is neat. Anyways, we went to Waterdeep to do some detective work there, and that's when Emma joined the party. Emma's Dragonborn was looking for us to get a report on what we were up to. And each character has like interesting self backstory. Like Clover is the fairy that's in the group, and she's got like a basically a quest where she's looking for some kind of dagger or sword that's for and that's maybe specially enchanted for her patron. Um, we've got we're not sure like some of this backstory is hidden, right? And I'm not going to mention my backstory at all for my character because that stuff is later going to come into and I don't want it recorded previous to it's just it's interesting stuff, right? You're in a campaign, but it's been like 4 weeks since you last played. Sometimes that happens, but what you need to do is just need to stay on it and also message the folks. Stay active. Make sure that they know that you're interested so that you want to keep playing. Or alternatively, you could always find another group to be a part of. And then do like a side campaign. And then when your other campaign, like when they get insurgents, you can go and participate in that too. It's like games. You don't need to hamper yourself to just one game. But yeah, the campaign has been really wonderful. Prior to Pepper doing D&D, and I have a bit of background in D&D. I used to DM, so I know some of the back ends of stuff on that. And but I'm trying my best not to include any of that stuff because my edition that I used to do fourth edition, so it's not quite the same as fifth edition, which is what we're doing now. Um, Oh, and I also made a rule for Emma when she was rolling her character that Emma ended up following, and is her character still super powerful? But Emma rolled all of her stats. It was really interesting. She rolled all of her stats. So, like D20, and then choose the numbers to go where you want them, as opposed to just averaging or getting somewhat okay stats. Yeah, lucky rolls for the wins. Except Emma's got two like ones or something on her. Yeah, nat ones on her stats. Emma's really unlucky sometimes when it comes to things. Like Emma makes up for 90% of her gaming with skill because of how bad luck she is. I've never seen anyone suffer from like rolling very poor RNG before. Like it's she played Zomboid, 2 scratches, she hit the 7% on both. And that's the only damage she's ever taken in Zomboid. Aside from the car crush incident, which was that's why Emma doesn't play Zomboid, is because she got crushed by a car once. I was driving behind her, and um, my car clipped into hers somehow. I didn't see it, but somehow my car clipped into her car on her screen and completely destroyed her car, like pretty much 0% on the whole car, and killed her. So Emma lost all of her progress and all of her stats. And even though I went into debug later and gave her a new car and reset her stats and all of that, it had already, the damage had been done. Emma didn't want to play anymore, which is unfortunate. I figure Emma will come back to play Zomboid when Build 42 comes out. At least I hope. Emma has mentioned that she wants to play at some point in the future. So, we'll see. But yeah, Emma has what I would consider is reverse streamer luck, which is, you know how streamer luck is. Oh, I've seen my like 50th katana. Woot woot. Meanwhile, Emma's sitting there. She's seen her like 80th letter opener in the back of a zombie. No other weapons, just letter openers on repeat. Okay, that's interesting. Your character sounds kind of cool. A zealot barbarian tiefling. I wanted to make a tiefling, but then so my very first character on this campaign, I made her to be similar to another character that I was interested in at that time. Um, my second character is Harriet. She's a halfling, and I completely rolled her randomly. She's a halfling monk, but we haven't continued that campaign since the first time we played it. And also, the first time we played it, I learned how monks are bullshit. They are like ridiculous. They can do some serious damage, like too much damage. Like it was absurd, especially if you roll high. I rolled high, and it was nuts. I was floored with how much damage. Okay, so she's called the Celestials. These are on heavenly bodies. Okay, so did she get visions or anything? Or like dreams? Guess who had a nightmare about killing zombies with almost no vision? Did you have a nightmare? I'm sorry that you had a nightmare. You know, it happens sometimes. You have bad dreams. Monks are underrated? No, it was bullshit. Like really bullshit levels of damage. Like I one shot in something that was supposed to be a fairly strong, and it splatted all over the wall. Like it was interesting. Oops, I'm supposed to be lighting the fire, not fishing. The cat race? Yeah, that stuff is really good. I do have plans to maybe like if as time goes on, we'll see how things go, but we'll maybe do some other campaigns. I've started a list of people who are interested in D&D. I might even consider adding a section of Discord for it, but it's one of those things that I never thought anybody really would be interested more than a handful of folks. And I've asked people directly when I think that they might be interested. Um, so there's a handful of folks like that I've asked about it, and I'll just include them on a list of people that I can ask in the future. Yeah, no, I know you're on the list, but I've got it's just a handful of folks. Like Power's on my list, Mariah's there, Zock's on the list. It's a small list. We're gonna struggle if we keep this up. Yeah, that was a shotgun meta event. Humanoid cats, they have basically super fake costumes. Okay, that's interesting. See, in our campaign, Clover gets visions. I try to make sure that I'm not paying, it's not that I'm not paying attention to the visions, it's that I'm trying to make sure that, because unless Clover's actively telling our characters about it later, I don't want to have outside info for my character. I try to make sure that I separate the info as best I can, you know? So while Pepper is telling Clover about these visions, I'm trying my very best to, just be like, okay, and just, not be involved because I don't want to unless Clover's going to say stuff about it. I wouldn't. I wouldn't want to. It's outside info for my character, right? That she'd be learning, which is not it's not part of the game. So because you try and I'm trying to give myself the absolute best experience I can have, right? And play my character the best way she can be played. at least from my perspective. Yeah. Although there are times where we meta, sometimes it does happen. Just the way that we are as players, we meta on occasion. Was this open before? Yeah, our DM does a good job with like making sure that things are balanced and that are like Pepper's really good at what he does. I do super appreciate Pepper, and I try to make sure that he knows it because he's put a lot of effort and a lot of time into this, and he deserves to be known for his efforts on it. He does a really amazing job. Pepper's also VIP tier because that's he is a VIP. I have a handful of VIPs, and they are amazing folks. And if I can't give somebody VIP in my channel, I'm gonna give them VIP on Discord. That's how we're gonna do it. Like I'll try to give someone a VIP in the channel, but if I can't, I've got extra. Discord's easy to give. Like I'll give roles that make somebody special on there. So I will definitely do that. And then I will try and see if there's like an extra slot somehow, depending. Like folks that don't come around very often, or. But yeah, the the reason why some people are VIP are either they paid for it with the points, or they've earned it through much effort. That it depends. I was originally a DM, but I'm an okay player, I think. And it depends on the like because you when you're going in as a player, you need to think about being a player. Like you're player. You got to think of things, and that's for like there are times where I will mention stuff to Pepper as like suggestions, and then I'll see it crop up in the campaign a little bit. But they're not meant to be like, hey, try this, do this, etc., etc. It's more just like a this is a perspective that I have, and as from my perspective, maybe you didn't see it, and so it's kind of neat. It's like trading notes, kind of almost. Although I haven't DM'd in years, maybe that's why I found it so much easier to be a player this time around. Because I don't have to shape the world. I don't have to think about quests. I don't have to think about the crazy chaos that comes with players. Because there are a lot of players that, whether they know it or not, they will uproot your campaign completely. There have been times in my campaigns where I thought things were going to go one way, and it completely goes the other way. and you have to roll with it. There is not anything you can do about it, but carry forward best you can. Your character is okay. Oh, absolutely. It's one of those things, right? Certain things that you can just kind of enjoy. Pepper also plays in another group as well. He has a group of friends that he plays with, and that they are off and on in like our group kind of, but they're more. They seem to do it more, as well as our Clover also is in another group, and I'm pretty sure that Malcolm Vance is in another group as well. I'm saying their character names. They do have real names in our Discord. It's Lefo and Andrew, but still, it's like it's one of those things. And then we were to have a couple of other people join our party, but it just I guess our group just didn't work well with them, and that happens. Yeah, those folks do amazing jobs. I like the NPC man stuff, and like they've got some of the like working at a shop and all of that stuff. It's always interesting to see. Morning, nice day for fishing, ain't it? Uh huh. Yeah, there's some things that are interesting for sure. Yeah, sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. It just depends. It depends on the person and if they're able to separate themselves from their DM side, sort of, kind of, sort of. Separate, maybe not the right word, but it's like, they're not DM right now, so don't be DM. Remember, you're a player, you're not a DM. Sometimes it's hard. But yeah, finding a good group is difficult sometimes. Like I said, we've been doing our group it's on Saturdays for about 2 years now, or so. Just over 2 years. And Emma joined while we were about a year in. Emma joined. And now it's been quite a bit of time with Emma part of the group too. It gives you stage fright. That happens a lot of the time. Thankfully, due to streaming and the social skills I've learned throughout being a streamer and being part of different platforms and all of that stuff, I'm now more extroverted than I used to be. So as a result, I'm able to notice those awkward situations and try to take the reins. I'm not very good at taking the reins, but I can take the reins if I need to, or I feel like I need to. So it's one of those sorts of things. I do have leadership skills and stuff, but that stuff doesn't really come into play as much with because I don't see D&D as like requiring those things. It's more of a casual, relaxing time, right? And I'm also trying to make sure that I'm not over hogging the spotlight because I don't want to be the center of attention all of the time because that's annoying. It's more fun to be kind of everybody gets a bit of the spotlight. We're a party, not one person protagonist. You know? Yeah, and it's all improv. Yeah, exactly. It's more fun if everyone's having a good time than just a handful of folks. Uh, Makes me think of an old comic that exists that's really, really funny and that I don't actually have anymore, I don't think, or maybe I still do somewhere. But it was a really, really funny comic. It's a comic strip called Knights at the Dinner Table, or Knights of the Dinner Table, something like that. It's a D&D comic strip that's really, really funny. You got your standard DM, you got your hack and slasher and his friend, the person who hacks and slashes. You got your person that's like former DM, knows all of the rules, metas the absolute hell out of everything, and maximizes everything to get the best outcome that he can for everything. And then you have your lawful good person who's just trying to have a good time. That title sounds amazing. It's really, really good. It was a good comic strip. But then you got it's funny the way that they do it because it's like they meet somebody and the two hack and slashers immediately are just trying to like attack. I attack them. What are they wearing? I steal from them. So it's just the interaction's hilarious. The like up in arms a lot of the time, and yeah, it was a really funny comic. I'm pretty sure it's Knights of the Dinner Table, something like that. Knights of the Dinner Table. You could Google it and find it. It's an old comic. It was fairly popular at one point in time. Yeah, you definitely can find it. Just Google. Trust me. It was a good comic from a long time ago, and it was popular. It had and they have not just one campaign. It has a slew of characters. They have like a guy at a game shop who also runs a D&D group himself, but he's like the grant like a guru basically to the folks. And but his character while most of the time they do like good characters, their DM group is all evil. Like they do all evil characters, which is hilarious because you get to see the opposite of what normally. Because a lot of groups will do the whole good scenario, right? But it's interesting watching like the pure evil side of things, and then watching the group like backstab each other and just be terrible. It was great. Like I kill him and take his gold. Where is his amulet? Okay, I take that off him. It's just interesting dynamics. All right. I still need to be foraging for a little while longer, but we almost have enough fish that I can get going. Sorry that this has just been me walking around in a circle, foraging and fishing for like the last 3 in-game days, but it's like, yeah, survival, etc. At least we've had some good conversation, which has been kind of nice. What is that? Oh, that's a tumbler. The angle that I've seen it at, it looked like two circles or two cylinders. I was like, is that like some kind of bullets? Is what I thought it was. That sounds funny. It's in the carnival, we did an obstacle course, and you'd expect my rogue to win that, but no, my rogue fell flat on her face at the end. It's really funny. She almost got there. She was near the end, quite close to the finish, but no. Right at the end, as she was going past Malcolm, Malcolm sidestepped, and instead of gracefully landing on the finish, she fell flat on her face. Oh, I'm still not sure why that doesn't give you a notification sound. And thank you very much for the gifted. You've hit our mini goal for the sub stuff, which is kind of cool. 12 gifted subs to the channel. Crazy. Enjoy your ad-free viewing as well as your Frog Emotes radio station. Yeah. Zoc giving everybody the gifted. Super appreciate you, Zoc. But make sure you save some for your frogs. The frogs deserve much love too. But yeah, it's definitely interesting. For sure, for sure. Yay. Just crazy. Yeah, now you get the frog emotes. As well as, well, no more ads, which is one of the things that's actually fairly awesome. The reason why I put Turbo in front of my sub is because I believe that if you watch more than one streamer on Twitch, or more than a handful of streamers on Twitch, Turbo's the best bet. If you're gonna go for not an ad blocker. It just gives you ad free viewing for most of the platform, not all of the platform. There's certain parts of the platform that you still receive ads. Like it's mostly gaming events or big events. Like they still do ads on those, but yeah, we've hit our goal. So I guess I gotta raise the goal then, right? But I'll do that later. Raise this stands. Yeah, getting partner on Twitch is interesting. It requires 75 concurrent viewers, and I've hit all the other requirements for it. It's one of those things that it's going to take time. I'm not rushing for it. It'll happen when it happens. We do get quite a few folks inside in every now and then, but if we get to the 75, then that'll be kind of cool. We always dream. I was partnered with Mixer for a while. But when I put my partnership in for Mixer, I actually got declined the first time, and it shocked everyone. Most folks were like, "What the hell? How did they not?" But for me, it was like they had other people to consider at the time, people who were just as had similar streams and similar viewership. I was petty with it though when because the way that partnerships work is when you put in for it, there's actually a lull period where you're not supposed to put in again for a while, and then you can put it in again in like a few months. But I was petty, and I waited a full year before I put it in again, and I maintained the same amount of viewership and such. So I was being petty in a way because I was making sure to maintain my stream hours at the same time so that I could stiff Mixer for a full year. You're not gonna partner me? Okay, fine. I'll stiff you for a full year so that I'll hit you in the pocketbook. And yeah, and then they partnered me on the spot without an interview on that next time, which was funny because normally you're supposed to have like a little interview, and I had one the first time, right? But yeah, on the spot without they're like, yeah, no, you're partnered. Here you go, which was great. And then it took a year off streaming, and then because I was trying to figure out what I wanted in video games. and then we came back to Twitch because well, Mixer had died. There was also a bit of a mourning period there. Maybe I was a little depressed, and I'm not sure. It's one of those things, right? You don't really know. But I'm happy to be back streaming. I'm happy that we've been streaming for over a year. It's been really fun journey. Enjoying the Zomboid and the different conversations. Oh, yeah, we'll go fish for the next few in-game hours. But yeah, that's a way to kind of, if you want a company to listen to you, hit them in the pocketbook. They will listen to you immediately after that. That or help them with their pocketbook, kind of. So at one point in time, I was helping them with their with the support team because there was encoder issues, and I was having tons and tons of issues with it. So, like I wasn't able to watch streams, so I was sending them my F12 data and trying to get them to, improve on certain aspects so that everything could, inclusive of everybody. Because if I'm having those issues, then there's going to be a lot of folks that are having them that aren't putting it in. They're just closing it and moving on. That kind of stuff helps. It is good to be a helpful person. This sucks. Why does it feel like every time you do fishing, dawn fishing is better than dusk fishing? It's just weird the way it feels. It's probably just coincidence, but it's just... Yeah, I like this fireplace in the water. Also, sorry to talk about that sort of stuff that people maybe aren't interested in, but it's just stuff that's, it's part of my journey on how I got here. But it's something that I can always appreciate looking back on the path that I've walked on. As much as I've not always made the right decisions, I definitely am okay with, the path that I've walked on. I'm content, which is something that is very important to have in life. Make sure you're content as best you can. Finding contentment is difficult. Yeah, some folks are. Yeah, I try my best to be as transparent as I can. There's some stuff that I'm going to be vague about, but it's mostly because I struggle a little bit with the whole, knowing what to say in terms of like doxing and all that stuff. It's just a little weird. Yeah, mostly. Well, exactly. It is my stream. I can kind of do whatever I want, say whatever I want, but within reason. I want it to be a chill place where people can kind of just come, relax, enjoy, and also we can have our occasional octane moments where things don't seem to go quite right. Like yesterday when I got ganked in my bedroom by that zombie. He jumped through the window and tried to eat me. What fishing level am I? I'm level 6 fishing, and the debuff starts in November, on November 1st. November is the last month in autumn or fall, so it's technically still fall, but it counts as winter towards the winter debuff. Um, it's not winter. Winter starts in December. December through till February, and then once it's March, you're through winter. Unfortunately, so we're not even in winter yet, and we're sort of suffering the effects of. It's like a pre-winter debuff that is the same as the winter debuff. There's certain aspects that are not quite as bad. Like, I mean, foraging is still fairly good, and but yeah, fishing, as you've seen, because before I used to do fishing during the fishing hours, and would get a fair amount of fish, right? We would get like almost the entire abundance bar. But now, during the fishing hours, I received one bass. It sucks when it starts early, but it's kind of to prep players for the winter, right? You should have already done your winter prep, and if you haven't done your winter prep, well, I mean, you're going to find yourself in trouble. You need to then rely on the game's internal systems to carry your character forward. Unfortunately, while it's possible for me to do some of that, I'm going to go forage in the farmlands, for instance, for crops here in a second, because that's one of the things I should have been doing as well. It is tough to deal with your first winter. It's like the first survival check for a player. Because assuming that you don't have like a super base with like absolutely ridiculous amounts of food, and that you have just a sort of a lighter playthrough going on, or if you're in time 16 and you've been dealing with a lot of zombies trying to kill them all the time, then you could falter on your food, right? And then you start to slowly decline in your weight, and then once you get low enough, you'll die. Because when this calorie count drops to 35, 34, you die. That'll kill your character. Unless you can manage to get calories before then. But it's kind of tough. It's still a long time though. That's like a month's worth of weight, approximately. Because you can lose about 1 to 2 a day, right? So it's a month to about 2 weeks of weight loss. At the absolute worst. No, not 65, it's 35. Because you go from being underweight to being very underweight, then emaciated, and then you die. Meanwhile, you can't actually gain too much weight to die. So like if you eat a ton of food and you get to like 120 or something, you just are obese, and that's it. You don't die from obese. At least not in Zomboid. I've been in the 50s, and I've actually gotten down to the 40s before. It's not a place you want to be, because each of those levels of weight loss or weight gain comes with its own downside in terms of stamina. Someone who's obese will struggle to jump a fence, and they get less stamina, right? You have less stamina, your character's going to get exerted faster. When you do stuff, it uses up more stamina. Oh yeah, if you're starving, you take damage too, which is kind of strange. It's like... But, yeah. It didn't always used to be that way, due to the way that weight calculations used to be in the game. It actually used to be almost impossible to lose weight sometimes. Especially on multiplayer servers, because it wasn't being calced correctly. And then they fixed that calculations. How long have I been streaming? Only 4 hours today so far. It did. Yeah, no, I know. They broke the calc on it for somehow. Um, you have 6K hours in the game. You, I have a lot less hours in the game than you do. It's funny though because it's different ways people learn, right? And I'm very oh dang it, I fat fingered Q. Um, I'm the way that I know how I learn. So when I'm buckled down and really want to learn something, I can really learn it. Like hyper focus, super amounts of learning. Which is why I should at some point hyper focus myself into language on Swedish. There is finding the drive to do so, which the drive is Emma, which is definitely worth it, but at the same time, the time to do so is also another factor. I'll make it work eventually. Back when it was all 2D and only Muldrow. How come your hours don't count? It doesn't matter if you play modded or you play builder with multi-hit. It's fine. Whatever you play, it still counts. Your time still counts. I actually would go as far as to say even theoretical time still counts. Like I would round my time up by like a few hundred hours because it's I theory crafted the game really hard at one point, and that's not playtime. That's just me sitting with a notebook and taking notes, planning out routes, planning out bases. You know, if you think back to those sorts of times, I bet you Zoc probably has even way more time than that. Probably like 10K, maybe even. Um, yeah. Really though, I will. I will one day. I know enough to sort of not like a lot, but I know some. I will totally learn it. What has it done for you? It lets you live in Sweden and talk to other people in Sweden. While that seems mediocre, when I visited Sweden, I couldn't really talk to very many people without them practicing their English on me, which was nice, but at the same time, it's not what I want. You live here and you hate it at times. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, I don't have passion for languages either. Once I learned English, it became like, okay, tip for my language learning, even though, like, I mean, I was in French class at the time for a time, and it was, it was fairly interesting to learn French. It's just, it's one of those things that I don't, English is a very egotistical language a little bit. It may partly be due to colonization. It may be partly due to the states. It may partly be due to a lot of things, but it is somewhat frustrating. As a native English speaker, I can say that for sure. That it is frustrating to learn a language when you have English as your first language, because learning other languages loses some of that spark. I need to practice more. Yeah, English is the bully in school. Taking things from other languages. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, kind of. That word looks good. I'll copy it down. Good old English. Although the other languages do it too. They bully each other. Yeah, I can't go there. Yeah, European languages definitely do that a lot too. I shouldn't be exerting my character like this, by the way. It's actually causing her to lose weight. But I can't help myself. I want to kill the zombies. French makes you melt. That is interesting. I will not subject you to my butchered French accent. It's not happening. Maybe one day, not today. Plus, mine is French. I'm pretty sure a lot of the French in our schools was French from Quebec, so it's different French than French from France. Yeah, I was in a few French immersion schools when I was a much younger me. L'omelette de fromage. I know a little bit of French, but it's not enough that would be able to like carry a conversation. It's more like simple things like where's the bathroom and looking for somebody who speaks English. The important phrases. Look at that big old haul of fish. Gargantuan haul. You just noticed this? Yeah, it's RuneScape XP drops is what it's called, or OSRS XP, something like that. You're at work working hard. I believe it. Just because you're watching stuff doesn't mean that you aren't working. I used to work really hard at my job, but I used to watch stuff to keep me entertained because my work was very boring before. Now it's a lot more taxing, but it still gets its boring point sometimes, where I'm just waiting. There's a lot of waiting involved. Things are finished, but we're waiting. A lot of patience in this job currently. Goes for everyone involved, not just myself. 20 minutes to make a test build. Yeah. Or you're waiting for something to download, or you're waiting for something to print or to fax, or you're waiting for calculations to be done with numbers that you don't have, so you're waiting for somebody else to finish those numbers. It's pain. So much pain. But it is what it is. We do what we gotta do, right? Tomorrow, if we catch some fish during the dawn, then we will head out. And I think the game was spiting me with that nice, bountiful amount of fish in the dusk because I commented on it earlier and said that dusk doesn't seem to give me more fish than dawn, but dusk gave me more fish than dawn just now. So the game's proven me wrong directly, which is hilarious. Keep it up. Keep proving me wrong. Give me a nice, bountiful dawn fish now. Oh, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that level of jinxing. Feel free. Go ahead, game. Prove me wrong again. 70 zombies. The Jinx has no power here. Okay. I'm going to pause and AFK for a sec because I actually haven't done that for a little while. I was supposed to do an hour and 40 minutes ago, but I didn't because I forgot. I'll be RB. Alrighty, almost back. Oh, my lid. Hmm, delish. Come on. Big old bounty of fish. Thank you. So you guys are talking and chit and chatting about work and stuff, which is neat. I'm looking for a big fish bounty. That's fair. Work in healthcare. Everybody has interesting, different professions that they've kind of drawn from over the years. Always interesting. I haven't worked in the healthcare field. I did think about it at one point in time, but I did. I also thought that it would be bad for me because I don't think my hands would stay steady enough long enough to do the surgeries or anything like that. I was thinking about becoming one of those like a general physician, but I was like, it's still even that. It's like because you don't have to work with like to be a surgeon in order to be a doctor. You can go into other parts of the medical field, but it's just yeah. The schooling was never not the reason why I didn't bother with it. It's just the fact that I myself don't feel like I would be very good at that kind of stuff. The remembering of the stuff and like maybe, but it's like I just felt like I would get squeamish with a lot of it. Oh yeah, there are tons of doctors without touching surgery. Some that don't, most that don't even go into an operating room. Not a requirement to be a doctor. Yeah, surgeons are literally the only ones. All right, we're set. We've got a big bowl of fish. We can now make a play for the veg that is on the beach. I hope. I hope it's not spoiled. I hope that we make it there in time. I hope it's not too zombie filled over here. We've had several metas between now and when the last helicopter was. Also, speaking of last helicopter, when was the last helicopter? 13th. So we could have a helicopter today, but we also could have one 3 days from now. No, those kinds of helicopters exist in mods under the integration, but they don't drop ones. Those are integrated helicopters. They can drop supply caches, supply boxes, and FEMA crates. But yeah, my helicopter's vanilla, so it doesn't have the option to do that. Yeah, the vanilla helicopter is just a sound source that follows you. Not to spoil it for folks that are new to the game and stuff, but you know, it's not the vanilla helicopter will never. All it is a sound source. It doesn't. It's not anything else. It's a fairly large sound source, but it's sounds rough. Yeah, especially on pinpoint hearing, because it can follow you around, right? So that's one of the reasons why we are hampered in the ways we are. The character is zero to hero, as well as she's tough. Because time 16, there's no real like. There's places we can go. Thankfully, not like we're playing time 16 uniform. That's just a death sentence. You'd have to use fire to make yourself safe in an area. Thankfully, I've not got any issues with eating things. Like I had a so during that 4 minute interval while I was waiting for my tea to brew, I had a yogurt. So yogurt. I'm trying to make sure that I'm always good, best I can. Sometimes I get sick, sometimes, but we try to do the best we can with what we have. I did say that it could come today. I didn't actually mean please let it come today. I never once said that, game. Why are you being this way? Rude. I said it can come today, not it's going to come today. Yes. Oh, there's a thing that exists that you can. Zoc, you have it. You have the link for it. It's like a pronouny thing that exists. I have it too. It's like it doesn't work with some of the other Twitch add-ons though. So like 7TV, for example, it doesn't work with that. You need to add it to your channel though. I thought I did add it to the channel. I forget what it is too. It's a pronouns thing though. It helps with confusion on that kind of thing. I learned about it through Molly and through Miss Vadams. Molly Berry and Miss Vadams. They were playing yeah. Yeah, Molly's where you got it from too? They're playing Zomboid together and making a really, really cool base. Yeah, Molly's great. I like watching her and Miss Adams play variety stuff. They play all sorts of cool games. I can appreciate the variety. It's one of the reasons why I really enjoy watching Rural as well. Rural Storage. I didn't actually get to watch Rural play very much Zomboid. I very much only know Rural as a variety content streamer, and then also happens to play Zomboid sometimes. Because I started into the Zomboid community, like actually delving into the community itself, closer to the end of that. Like the end of when Rural started to play more variety, due to having played quite a lot of Zomboid. And it happens to us all. We all get tired of games and need to play something else, and or alternatively, I think Rural just wanted to branch out, which is good. Because I really love his variety content. You knew him before he streamed? Oh, cool. Yeah, streaming is definitely an interesting, and like it'll grow you as a person. It's something that I very much appreciate. I just figured I'd give people a taste what this is why I've not been going up to this area. Just as a side note, like it's this is why. People deserve a taste. Enjoy. It's flavored with why I'm not going up here. I'm not gonna die. Don't worry. At least I don't think so. But times 16, while it doesn't seem like it's times 16 all of the time, trust me, it's times 16. And this is normal. You know, it's a small amount of, yeah, it is for this area. Small amount, not too bad. Compared to what was here before? Yeah. If you watch the first little bit of me getting out of West Point in this particular run, it's the same thing. It's running through that and hoping you don't die and get caught in a bad situation. Except it's everywhere. They're all over the place. They coat the whole screen. You're lucky if you have a few frames to yourself, because the zombies are hogging all the frames. Yeah, that's true. Because you went to the mall, right? The mall has one of the most densely packed uh, cells on the whole map. It's like 22 to 30,000 zombies in one cell on time 16. Something ludicrous like that. That's just one cell. In the 300 by 300, there are tens of thousands of zombies in one cell. And so many clowns. Oh, so they were running Authentic Z then. Yeah, even on times 4, there's a lot. And then when you spawn in the zombies in the mall, there are a lot too. Because there's like 2K in the mall, in on the inside. Like 2,000 or so. Something like that. When you spawn them in. I wouldn't be doing this if I thought that I was going to die. I don't think I'm going to die. Our current goal is to try and get over to the crops and see if they're ready. There's 2 crops that I've planted. One is a potato crop and the one is a carrot crop. I just want to see if they're ready. After that, we'll leave this area because it's, as we can see, a little bit infested. There's heaps of spawns. Yeah, there's lots of outfits. Authentic Z has some really, really cool outfits. The prison? No, actually, the next big. Are you talking about buildings? Maybe the prison does have a lot. Actually, I figured like the hospital in Louisville or. Okay, so internal zombie pop for structures, right? You're not talking like cells, because there's the police station cell beside Louisville or in Louisville, that's just kind of down the street from the big warehouse. Is the second most populated spawn uh, or cell in the game. Those are the 2 biggest ones. Um, was that police station cell and then the mall. Um, the Crossroads Mall, not the Grand Ohio Mall. Or I think, right? Crossroads is the south one? I think Grand Ohio is the north one, right? I'm pretty sure Crossroads is the south one. That is my biggest Zomboid achievement up to this point, actually, is that I'm the third place. I get to have a bronze medal. I was the third person on Twitch to take down the Crossroads Mall on time 16. It's a bronze medal, but because both Twist on Fire and Lamprey did it first. They're second and first, respectively. Hmm. It's one of my little Zomboid stickers that I get to have. Like I got a podium position for one of the points of interest on time 16. Woot woot. Yeah, little sticker for me. Me too. I like stickers. It took me 11 days in reality to clear that mall. But once we finally broke the zombies and we went in and we cleared the mall itself, and we actually cleared the mall, it was so good. Just this little bit, yeah. This is when Zoc says it's a small amount, he's not wrong. Comparatively to some of the stuff we've seen, it's not that much. If I were to pull this up on the zombie pop ISO, or like it would probably be a few thousand, maybe. And I can kind of say that casually, right? But it's for not that much. I didn't lose frames, not very many. We were still in the 40 to 50 range for frames for the most part. I think it dropped into 30s for there. Where am I? I'm just north of Phallus, or Ekron, or Pekron, or any of the names that possibly you would want to give it. Penis Town. Whatever you want to call it. Lick Skillet. That place. You can't tell by the minimap? If I zoom out just a little bit more, you'll see. Yeah, so there's that place, and then so I'm just south of the golf course in the community area. Kind of. It's almost Riverside, but not really. I'm not close enough to Riverside to pull Riverside. You're going to say that's an interesting name? There's a lot of names for it. It used to be called Ekron. That was its first name. The first name it was given. The second name it was given was Lick Skillet, from what I understand. And then I've been hearing a lot of other names since then. According to maybe the devs, it's supposed to be Phallus Lake, right? Just due to the lake that it has. But it could also be. I've heard it called Pekron before, which made me laugh. And then recently, I heard someone call it Penis Town, Penisville, which also made me laugh. So I have to include it. All of these names were names by the community. I thought of nothing. This is just me relaying information, and like it's funny because it's gradual, but it's like I'm slowly working my stuff, and it's like I'm an unofficial record keeper, which is kind of nice. It's nice to be unofficial record keeping. Yeah, Pekron makes me laugh too. That courtesy of Buzz. That's Beaten Buzzers that came up with that one. And the way he explained it to me when because I was laughing already, but the way he's explaining, he's like, I don't know why I call it that. And that's what he said. And I was dying laughing. It was hilarious. It's so funny. I said it. Just laughing. Yeah. The so I'm just north of Phallus. So this is Phallus Lake, which is just north of Riverside, or sorry, River Rosewood. It's north of Rosewood. It's beside Muldraw. Muldraw's over here. Riverside's up here. I'm there, and this is the area that I'm bouncing around. So we've had our 16 helicopters in this region. I've just seen some of the zombies that are over here, but I've now that I've seen the zombies, I've netted out it's not too much more. We're sitting at about, I think that was a few thousand for sure, but it wasn't the back breaking thousand that you would have in a cluster. It was a spread out thousand, like when you're running out of 16 times. So, Shaftsville. That's great. Uh, the community's so creative when they get into things. It's just really interesting. Okay, those are seeding, which means that probably the carrots are dead. Ah, yes, potatoes. Pekron. Yeah, definitely give Buzz credit on that. Buzz deserves it. That's Buzz's name for the town. Just like I would credit Lamprey and the devs for Phallus Lake. Um, Lick Skillet, I can't remember, but it was on a YouTube video that I seen a long time ago. No, beating buzzers like this. I just want to make absolutely sure I'm saying the right. You know him, yeah. I'm sure you know him. You've been around the community for an eternity. Like that. For the folks that aren't following Buzz, I definitely give Buzz a follow. He's actually about to complete his challenge. Brendan O'Shea is going to beat the SKC or yeah, it's the SKC challenge. Or sorry, yeah, Saving Knox County challenge. Yeah, so it's SKC. Mm-hmm. Definitely, because he deserves it. Buzz works really, really hard on his stream and everything. He deserves his credit. Oh yeah. Are you rotted or not? You don't look rotted. Oh, hell yes. They're not rotted. That's huge. Well, we can't fish here. And if we use traps, traps are noisy. And they're already starting to come out of the woodwork. Why did I pick this crowbar up? Traps are indeed noisy. They give off sound sources. They're similar to. I think they're similar to fishing in terms of their volume. Didn't know this. They do give off a sound source. You can actually hear it when you approach them too. The rabbits like banging around inside. Yeah, it's usually they're smaller creatures, but they see rabbits specifically are very very good for getting your weight up. In same way as fish, kind of, but they require a little bit more effort. So the first thing that you need is you need to take the traps 100 from wherever you are. So we're going to be staying here again briefly. So 100 from here will be. Okay, so the main road will be fine. Okay, so I don't need to measure it. The main road's fine. Um, Yeah, you get more from fish, but because they just have more calories on them. But rabbits are just as good. They're similar, very similar. Not having the ability to make how many more can I make if I yeah, build 42 will be is it's also been the biggest one coming. There's been a lot about it. Like I mean, they keep releasing new and new stuff, and they're working on more and more stuff, and it's going to be basically they're changing the entire game. So if you enjoy the game right now, they expect it to shift like completely. They're remaking the whole game. It's going to be a completely different game. It's still going to be the same kind of game, but it's the whole thing from basically the ground up is being remade. I need to be out of this area by 2100. Potato, potato, carrot, carrot, carrot. Now we walk away. Any of the veg that is smaller, like this, and these ones we'll eat. That should sate our hunger. I need to plant carrots and potatoes right away. Like what, 4 years? I don't know if it's been 4 years, but I do know that it's been a long time. It's been a very long time since they've done an update, and the community will unanimously agree that it's been a bit too long. So I do very much appreciate that they pour their heart into the updates, but hopefully future updates won't take this long. That said, like I said, they pour their heart into the update. Their heart, soul, blood, sweat, and tears go into absolutely, basically redesigning their entire game. And they're doing it for no extra charge. They're doing it. They're not include. It's not a DLC. It's not expansion. It's none of that. They're giving us a brand new game for free if you already own the game. Yeah, this game it's yeah. I agree. I 100% agree with Lardine. I need to seal that. It has been a very long time. But I mean, it's sort of worth it, kind of. I think. I want one of these. Yeah, it's like it's better than anyone could ask for. Honestly, the devs should be praised for that. Because it's like it's one thing to be like, okay, yeah, but you'd expect them to charge DLC or something for it, you know? Especially in this day and age, where it's like DLC here, DLC there, expansion here, early access there. And that's not to say Zomboid itself wasn't in early access, and or still is. Is it still in early access? Does it still count? I don't remember. It might still be in early access. This is a full game, though, in my opinion. But this is what a full game is. But I suppose some people don't like the end game. They feel like the end game's lackluster. But like, I mean, how many of those folks get to the end game? Probably a handful of them. Probably like a couple. Yeah. Oh, or more. I've seen like the super mega legendary edition that includes what, an art book for like sometimes it's like ridiculous. It's like 200, 300 plus. It's just it's crazy. Like why? Yes, I agree. There's going to be some people out there that can do that, but why are you doing that to them? It's mean. So this was a risk, as you guys seen when we came into this area. It was a risk coming here because I can't fish here, and I know that. I'm well beyond aware that I can't fish here. Fishing here would be a death sentence. But at least for right now, until we clear the area some more, we do have a barbecue. A drill plank. Yeah, it's definitely worth it. Like, I mean, I put in quite a lot of hours to this game as well. But even if I hadn't, even if you were to ask me before, like the before me that didn't really look at this game in the same way as I do now, before me would have been like, yeah, buy that game. It's cool. It's fun. It's a zombie apocalypse. It's really cool. That's what past me would have said for sure. It's a really cool game. I really like it. It's neat. Current me has got huge bias towards the game now, but thinking back to my old self, yeah, even back then when I only had like a few, like between 100 and less hours in the game, it was still, it's one of those games that's like, yeah, of course, absolutely. We can get water from a lot of the houses that are over here for right now if I'm desperate. It's not good to see. Means the rabbits in this area ate the carrots and they just sort of bailed. They didn't get caught. It's okay though because we can plant stuff and we have emergency food as well as quite a lot of potatoes. So we can actually. It's not going to give us weight, and we're going to be in underweight territory now. But it's we'll be able to get some weight back with the rabbits soon. Yeah, they managed to take all the carrots, which is hilarious. Kudos to those rabbits, them being sneaky. Yeah, sometimes. These weigh almost nothing, so I'm gonna take those and those with me. Yeah, I'm not even gonna try and do any of that right now. The main goal will be to be going around this area over here and down. Yeah, that's fair. I need to play a lot of the games in my Steam library, but I just don't. I always mean to, though. But it's one of those things that I would like to wrap most of the games in my Steam library. Well, you know how we are. We see a flashy new title, like I seen Planet Crafter and was like, yes, I'm totally getting that. Frogs in the game? Sign me up. Or Froglite. If you haven't seen Froglite, it's really cute. It's a simple game. If you like Vampire Survivors or whatever that game is called, the one where you collect the crystals around the screen, and it's like it's like one of those asteroids kind of the games where you're like moving around the screen and collecting different powers to like attack different things on the screen. Is it Vampire Survivors? Am I thinking of the right game? Yeah, Froglite is really, really cute. It's that, but frog related. Maybe? Nope, empty deagle. Don't need it. It's your most hours, and mine's not. Mine's Zomboid is third for me. But that's because I used to play a lot of games. And I netted it out to be about 30 to 40,000 hours in Minecraft. Which is an absolute ridiculous amount of time to put into anything. And given that I've been playing Minecraft since about 2009-ish, it nets out. I don't have an exact number though. And then we still need to catch up to my Overwatch time, which is within the realm of 10 to 12k hours, something like that. So we got a little ways to catch up to those two games, but eventually we will, because that's just how it goes. The Binding of Isaac is amazing. I 100%ed their first game. I did a little bit of the second one, but like Rebirth, and then now it's been they've definitely upgraded that game by a ton. Play their games on Newgrounds? You mean like Thing and all those games? I remember Thing. Good old Thing. Or the There She Is animations. I really like those ones. Yeah, Newgrounds was really, really good. A studio can be two people if they can afford to pay for a studio. And a studio could be anything that you want it to be. Place where you paint. Do art. Yeah, the original one. And not just 100%ed it. I 100%ed it after their update to the old one as well. And I don't recommend it. I don't recommend 100%ing that game to anyone. I say that like specifically the old one, you basically need an RNG run that is blessed in order to 100% it. It's very, very hard to 100% that game. It was annoying to get that last run that I needed. I spent hours on hours on hours trying to get that last run. And then I finally got it. The second one's much easier and much better. And also harder in the same, because there are some bosses that are fairly tough. But I like the story elements of it. Yep, Super Meat Boy. I managed to beat all of it except for Cotton Alley. I couldn't beat Cotton Alley. It's too hard. Yeah, you're talking about Edmund McMillan and blanking on the other guy. It's something. I'm not. It's gone. It was there. I had it in my head, but now it is gone. Yeah, it's true. And he did like Stardew Valley. Which, in fairness, Stardew Valley is very reminiscent of Harvest Moon. But a lot of farm games will borrow from each other. That's kind of how some of that goes. I really like Stardew Valley, but if you've ever played Harvest Moon, you can definitely see the exact same story in Stardew Valley, right? They're very similar titles. You're asked to buy spirits to fix the town, etc., etc. The only difference being that you could actually go with Joja on in Stardew Valley, and there's a few other key differences as well. Like I'm not going to say they're one rips off the other. They're inspired by is a better way to put it than they ripped each other off. I don't ever really think the games truly will rip each other off for the most part. Now, there's a handful of games out there that do intentionally do that, but not in this case. Yeah, exactly, and you can definitely see the inspired elements in Stardew Valley from Harvest Moon. They're very different titles, though. Slice of life games are really good. I wish Emma loved them a little bit more, but Emma's more of an octane gamer, like shooters, like lots of combat and things to do. I'm the one that likes the slice of life games out of the two of us. I'm the farmer. I'm the one that enjoys those things. It's really funny because playing Save the Homeland, so that's Harvest Moon. Um, when we were playing that, our chickens kept dying. Oh, it was so funny. We kept our chickens inside, and they kept dying, and they kept dying, and we didn't know why. And it's because the chicken troughs have names, and we kept putting the feed in the wrong trough, so the chickens didn't get feed, so they would starve to death, and they would die, and we felt so bad. Like, and when we found out later, it was like because we didn't know you could set them outside either. So we ended up losing like 8 chickens before we realized that you had to put it in the right trough back in Save the Homeland. Oh yeah, it was like, and it was sad every time because they do a whole cutscene where it's like the chicken has died, you pay your respects to the grave, and it was like, and we had to see that cutscene like 8 times. It was horrible. What's Emma's game things? Emma really likes like shooters and like it. Here, I'll give an examples: Warframe, Guild Wars 2, um, Payday 2, TF2. Um, there's a few examples. Like I asked Emma to play Minecraft, and Emma did it because I asked, but doesn't really like Minecraft. Emma doesn't really like sandbox games. It has to be a very particular sandbox game, or yeah. Yeah, Emma very much is in Helldivers 2. Emma's played and enjoyed. Emma likes Octane, but also like story based Octane too. Some of Emma's favorite titles: Mass Effect series, Yakuza series. Like they're some of our favorite titles. My favorite to watch Emma play, but Emma's favorite to play and enjoy. That's why there's Yakuza and Mass Effect music on my playlist from my instrumentals playlist. Is because I get to think of Emma and smile every time I hear those. Three was good too in its own ways, and the new game that they have coming out soon, eventually, will be really good too. You didn't really play three? That's fair. Three was pretty good. There's a lot of people that criticize the ending, but no offense, but it's to those people that are critics. But I mean, it ends pretty good for the style of game that it is. Like it is, it's a solid ending. And you get to pick kind of. There's a few choices. One is clearly the more canon choice, though, based on the next game that's coming out. Obviously, that's kind of how most story games kind of lean. And then Emma did play Mass Effect Andromeda as well, which was not a bad title to watch. I enjoyed it. I did find that certain parts of it was just not as good as the previous games, obviously, but it's still pretty good to watch. I'll put it this way: I watched Emma play the full Mass Effect series twice through, all scenes, basically perfect playthroughs. Um, and I only watched Emma play Andromeda once, so no offense to Andromeda, of course. It's just the previous three games were superior to it, which they would be. That game series, as well as the Yakuza game series, is there are some games out there that can actually get you in the feels and make you cry, and those games have done that. Like to me as well as to Emma, they put us both in tears on multiple occasions. And given my style of individual, putting me in tears is one of the like through an emotional way is it takes a bit because I need to see like so my logic will override it a lot of the time. It needs to really hit me in the feels in order for me to like to tear up. And there's a handful of things that have done that in the past. A good example would be that movie Up got me twice. Pixar's Up. Watching that movie, I could have ended it at 10 minutes and I would have been done and happy with it. The first 10 minutes of that film, I paid admission to see that film. I went to theaters. And yeah, I would easily have been done. Like at the 10-minute mark, they could have ended it and I would have been like, okay, that was a good movie. Yeah, Up was just really, really good. Predictable, yeah, but just well executed. That whole scene with him in the chair after the falling out between him and the other character, and he's sitting in the chair, and not once did he ever open the book fully. Like not once. And then that last line at the end of it, right on the crescendo, it's just so it's predictable, but dang, well played and well executed. Anyways, once it hits your age, everything is predictable. That's true, I guess. It's sort of we get old and we start seeing the same patterns because we like we've been around. Just how it is. Oh yeah, that's same for me. But like, I mean, for the movie, like to get a movie's plot and to really like understand, and I pick things up really quick. Um, have you ever played the games, the Yakuza game series, Zoc? If you haven't, I fully recommend it. You started them? Definitely start with 0. It's you never got far. It's beyond the combat style. Just the story elements alone carry that game so well. All right, Tower. You can enjoy your bolero. There we go. But yeah, it's that game series is so good. Such a good game series. Like the first, there was what a summary video that we seen recently on it. That was it wasn't recent, but we seen it a little while ago. It's story. The gameplay itself is kind of like I'm not really. It's a beat 'em up, so it's like it's not the beat 'em up portions of it are kind of like they're okay. It's just the story of it so it sucks you in after a while. There were characters that I thought I would hate, that I thought that I would just not like these people because you got to play as them, and I think that they're going to be annoying, and it's going to drag out, and they're going to be those one off, right off characters that are just kind of going to be like off, And I was gladly proven wrong. Like it's one of those things, right? That's just yeah. I don't know if I've ever played Way of the Samurai. I should write that down. Is that another story game, kind of? Way of the Samurai. I played a game that was similar sounding to that. What was it called? You're a ninja. The whole premise of the game is you're a ninja, and it's all about stealth kills. I can't remember what the game is called. It's like ninja something. You're a ninja, and there's two endings to that game. There's a good ending and a bad ending. Well, kind of. They're both like vague. They're not really good ending, bad ending. It's more like one ending and then the other ending. Yeah, because you get to make some huge different choices. See, that's always good. It reminds me of Fable. Like Fable is such a solid game. It's all because of that, the freedom that the character has. You can kind of just do whatever you want, sort of within limits. But yeah, you're free. Maybe we can fish. There doesn't seem to be very many zombies in this cell specifically. They were all south of us. And they chased us for a bit, but they didn't stay with us. But yeah, thank you very much for the Valero Redeem Tower. Hopefully you're doing good. Are you managing to slay your bosses? As a side note, I'm just curious. I'm surprised the carrots were ready, by the way, and not rotted. Yeah, I definitely will give it a try, maybe, or maybe I'll get Emma to play it. See, the thing is a lot of the time, I'll get Emma to play those kinds of games, like the story games or stuff like that, because I'll be flat with this. Emma's better at video games than I am. I'm not as good at video games as Emma is. Emma's superior to me, and will probably always be superior to me at games. The thing that kills Emma a lot of times in games is her attention span slipping for a second. So, like, if I ever get a kill on her, it's mostly because of that or because I have my luck factor. I have higher luck than she has. Although I don't believe in luck, it's one of those things that it's my shot hits first. Even if Emma's shot was more accurate. It's better to be lucky than to be good. Somewhat, yeah. That is kind of true. Like I said, I don't believe in luck. It's one of those things that it's like I it's you can't. In order to believe in something, it needs to be tangible, right? How do you quantify luck? You can't. It's quantifying luck is it's not tangible. You can't quantify it. So because I can't quantify it, I can't believe in it. It doesn't work. At least that's how I see it. There's no way to quantify it into a form. Like you can have somebody like you've seen like in the last couple runs, I've gotten probably well over 20 plus katanas. Some would say that's lucky. It's just probability being likely because I'm in an area where katanas are. It's not luck. So it ends up being as weird, right? So while I do think that luck is a thing, I don't necessarily believe in it. I don't know if that makes any sense. Enjoy your sleep. Have good dreams, okay? We've agreed. You're gonna have good dreams. If any dreams at all. Bye. Believe it or not, it's working for you. Yeah. It's just probability in the scenario. I feel like it's that people play themselves a lot of the time with that sort of stuff, right? I feel like Emma will see me and then not shoot at me right away. It may be something psychological or maybe something like that. And that could be the case for most people who, because I don't have the clip anymore, but in a battle royale game, I was being shot at by two Gatling guns in a crossfire, and all of the bullets were going all around me, and not a single bullet. Like I think maybe two or three bullets hit me, but they were Gatling guns. They're shooting hundreds of bullets. I should have been killed. and then I hop over a fence and stand behind the wall, dumbfounded that I could survive. And then later we clean those two people up. Now, is that bad aim? I mean, kind of. And Gatling guns aren't the most accurate of weapons, but they were definitely close enough that I should have taken a hell of a lot more damage than I did. You can call that luck, right? And see, that seems like something that's quantifiable, but it's not. You can't quantify that. It's like I can't. Yeah, that scenario is it's happened, but it's like I don't know. It's just weird. Maybe I'm weird. That bullet dodge stuff happens a lot in games, though. It's just weird movement. The um the rhythm that I have, I in games, I can change at will whenever I want. So players often have a rhythm. It's a metronome sort of style thing where you have a pattern where you're going to probably move. So you can kind of predict when somebody's going to move somewhere, right? And then you can then, pop them from that perspective in a first person shooter or in any of those kinds of things. The people will move generally in the same ways. So if you pay attention, you can actually get someone's rhythm down. One of the skills that I learned in Overwatch a very long time ago is my own rhythm and how to alter it and change it whenever I want. So I don't always have the same rhythm. There are times where when I was playing, especially when I was playing in high elo, where I would just stop moving and they would miss because they thought they had my rhythm and they don't. But in high elo, you got to be doing that almost all the time. Planning that stuff out and trying to read the other people at the same time. I don't feel like I've turned Bolero up, and it's loud. It's not quite at its biggest part either. Is this loud? Like pool? Okay, yeah, pool is kind of cool. Pool can be frustrating for some people because you go through the whole game, then you miss a shot, and then you've already cleaned up 90% of the table, and somebody else then can clean up the whole table and finish the game. Depends on the type of pool you play, though. Ah, Bolero. Such a good song. Uh, Final Fantasy music. Yeah, I guess Final Fantasy does have tracks like that, doesn't it? Yes, yes, it does. Chili, by the way. But that was Bolero. It's one of the redeems that actually I used to use as a redeem that would deafen me in the game, but now it's just more of a just a for fun song that we can have on the track list that you guys can put on whenever you want, within a 2 hour cooldown. It's 25,000 points. It's not too expensive, but whenever you feel. I added it in. Unfortunately, YouTube folks don't get to enjoy it, but that's okay. It is what it is. We do what we can. But yes, hopefully you're having a good day. We talked about your Molly challenge earlier, like very briefly. It was one of the discussion points of fire and how to use it and such. Definitely a challenge that utilizes fire to its peak, right? Because one Molly, that's all you get, and you're gonna have to do with the best you can with it. All right, we should be able to eat all those on the way back. Thank you very much for the fireworks. Do appreciate. But yeah, hopefully I didn't expect Bolero to get that loud, but sometimes it does. Yakuza is the best game ever made. I mean, I really want to augment what you said, but to this, but I need your permission. I want to say series and then series. S game series. Yeah, like that. Can I do that? Am I allowed? Do it. Okay, permission granted. Nice. I mean, the Mass Effect series is really good too, and I really like the Yakuza series. They're both really good. I like them for different reasons though. The characters are what does it for sure. Like, which it would come as no surprise. Breath of Fire, yeah, Breath of Fire, yeah, yeah. See, Chili's right. Yeah, Kodor was really good too. They've got so many. There are so many amazing games. Absolutely amazing titles where people pour their heart into it, and you definitely can tell. You can see it. Oh yeah, I forgot that barbecues are the weird thing that you can't right click and just light. You have to pull the things out and actually light them this way. Stone, the wood furnace, like the wood stove that everyone likes so much, and campfires. You just right click and you can light the fire. Your character will automatically grab the materials out of wherever it is. Barbecues are an exception. They don't do that for some reason. Some reason, not sure why. You can come here and there like that. I thought I was eating that. Yeah, there's tons of old gems. I'm tempted to play some old retro games on the channel, like sometimes. Like I have Dark Cloud and a few other games as well. Like I own them the actual discs with the box and everything. But I also I well I mean if I own a game, I feel like I can emulate a game. That's kind of how my mental is on that. So people would not agree maybe, but that's my thoughts. Is I own the game in reality, so I should be able to emulate it. Because I don't have a capture card for PlayStation, nor do I have an active PlayStation 2 right now. No, for Final Fantasy or for Coder. Oh, definitely. If I end up doing something like that, the game that's right now really on my radar is Portal. I want to play Portal, so I might do that for a stream. Like just dedicate a day to play Portal, all of them, straight through, one full day of just grinding out all the Portal games. Because I think it would be fun. Yeah, see the Pokemon games are interesting, sort of, but they if I was gonna play a Pokemon game, I might just play Temtem instead. Temtem is really fun as a Pokemon game. If you've never heard of it, you definitely should look into it. As a Pokemon title, it is good, and it's tough. It actually is tough. It's really funny. The very first time we went into a gym, Emma and I, we were very unprepared. And think, if I remember correctly, I was spamming revives and tanking hits just so that we could keep going. Or it wasn't, no, maybe that wasn't a gym. Maybe that was recently. Maybe it was the last time we played Temtem because my Tems were under leveled. But yeah, it's also a Pokemon kind of ish game. I forget. Is there a chair over here? I don't think there is. No, there is one. It's just way the hell down there. Okay. Oh, you just wait. You just watched the D&D movie. Which one? The Honor Among Thieves. Have you seen that? Honor Among Thieves is pretty good. I liked a lot of the transformation sequences and the stuff, and then I very much laughed at a few of the like when the intelligence monsters are walking past them. That was pretty good. That was in the trailer, but also Chunky Dragon. Nuff said. I'm not going to spoil anything for the movie, but Chunky Dragon. I laughed pretty hard when I seen Chunky Dragon. Because that other scene was in the preview, like in the trailer. You can feel the underweight difference between regular and underweight. Ah, it sucks. Curse you, underweight. Why must you make my character tired? Yeah, that dragon was hilarious. I just some scenes were just really really good. I like the whole opening was really good. Like I said, I don't want to spoil it for anybody, but that whole opening scene where it's like, "But you're approved." They didn't have to go through any of that, but they did anyways. Why? Because that's what players do. When you're a DM, looking back as a DM, that's what players do. Players do that shit all the time. So funny, but also it's like, it's frustrating. That's a movie that both people who are D&D fans, like people who play D&D and are D&D fans, and people who aren't can really appreciate. Yeah, because you got folks that never played D&D that still like it because I mean it's a fairly actiony film, and but there's elements that you're like, oh, I know, oh, right there he failed that roll pretty hard, or you get the other side of it too, like the helpful NPC, the the super skilled, overpowered like. It's so good the way they did it. They did a good job, and I look forward to sequels if they do make more. Yeah, it was like the perfect blend. Getting a good blend on that kind of stuff is difficult when you're trying to incorporate two worlds that are not necessarily going to ever see eye to eye. Sometimes they will, though, but it depends. Nah, can't. Mm-hmm. Those movies are good. There's some really, really good movies. I still need to gear myself up to watching movies, though. Movies are something that can very much drain me at times. It's because I'm very much trying to enjoy it as best I can, and it's one of those things. Really get immersed, you know? See things from their world's perspective. I haven't played Slime Rancher in forever. Is the sequel any good? Has anybody here played Slime Rancher 2? I like the first one. I haven't tried the second one. Hello. What do I think about that statement? They've never had Short Blades 10 then. Never. That person's never used knives very well in their life. They're too scared. That person's a scaredy. That's all. It's not their fault that they're scared. I understand why they're scared. But they've not used short blades. They don't know. Anybody who's used short blades knows that they're not the worst weapon. There's no worst weapon in Zomboid. There is just not. They all effectively work at on different things. So no, it's not the worst weapon by any means. It's stamina king. There's no weapon that you can use that uses less stamina. It is the best weapon for stamina usage. Not, well, so I'll put it this way. They're the best second weapon to have. And that's, like, I love them as a primary, but they are the best secondary weapon because no matter what, if you're using any of the other weapons, your character's going to get tired. When you get tired, having them as a backup is a savior on some cases. Because what you can do is, you notice your character popped exertion in the top right? What you do is you run away from the zombies for a little bit, sit down, pull out your knives, and go to town. And you can continue to fight until that whatever that is down. So long as one, you have enough knives, or two, you didn't pull too much. So if let's say I pulled an additional 20 zombies on top of the 40 that I initially wanted to kill for spears, right? Well then, let's say I kill the first 40 and now I'm exerted. My spears aren't going to be doing nearly as much damage, right? And let's say I break my spears. Like let's say they break. And on that last zombie, I lose my other spear. Well, no better weapon to fall back on than a short blade. But this is why I'm saying that person doesn't have a clue in terms of weapons. They've never had level 10 short blades. Arguably, that person probably hasn't had level 10 anything, but that's only because that's not common. It's not common for people to get up to the level 10 of the weapon skills. And that's not me being like, oh, I'm so much better than them. No, it's just, on average, Zomboid characters live about a month, and usually they don't hit 10. They will sometimes. If you take Fast Learner and, you take some weapon skills, you can hit 10 fairly quickly, within a few thousand. But, yeah. Yeah, that's wrong. Just flat wrong. Disregard anything that person says until they've played the game for a little bit longer. Arguably at level 1, Spear is the worst. At level 1, Spear can be good at level 1 though as well. So the reason why Spear can be good even at level 1 is because if you're max exerted, it can still kill. There's still a chance for the Spear to kill. So if you have 5 zombies chasing you while you are max exerted, you can still kill the zombies. So even the shittiest version of spears are still good. Yeah, not only do you not exert, you actually gain more stamina than you're losing while you're attacking. You'll actually gain back stamina while you're using level 10 short blades. You can fight literally from dawn till dusk, endlessly, without sitting down, if you're doing it right. You have coffee, you're good. You can keep fighting until the next day is out. So long as you don't build up too much corpse sickness. Then you can run away from the corpses. But yeah, that person sounds like they're new at Zomboid. And they're just trying to make videos, which is strange. Like, I wouldn't go shaming them, but it's like... It just sounds like they're new. It's just like... For a little while, in the Zomboid community, there was a circulating thing where the helicopter drops down zombies. That's false. That doesn't exist. That's not a real thing. The helicopter does not spawn zombies. I don't know where that video went, because I'd never seen the video. But I heard that the video was around, and I had people in my chat asking me about it. They're like, does the helicopter spawn zombies? It's like, no. And I seen the same question pop up in other Zomboid streams as well. Yeah, it doesn't matter at all. All the weapons are basically the same. You can kill a little bit faster with spears, stone axes, and katanas, but at the end of the day, do you enjoy it? If you're not enjoying it, like if it's boring and you want to use something else, use something else. It's not always about killing, you know? Yeah, that person's just flat wrong. Now, if they're comparing which weapon class has the most worst weapons, like they wouldn't be wrong with saying short blade. Short blade has the worst weapons pool for the worst weapons because it includes the pencil, the pen, the other 3 pens, right? So like the total of the 4, right? So it has the spoon, the fork, the butter knife, which the butter knife is not terrible, but like, I mean, in this case, the letter opener, the bread knife, all of these things. So yeah, in theory, under one circumstance, I can kind of give credit to their statement. However, that's me jumping hoops to try and make sure give them every absolute benefit of the doubt there. But their statement is just flat wrong. There's no weapon in Zomboid that's bad. They're all good. They excel at different things, and they will do you good in different scenarios. If you're at max level exertion, obviously short blades are not going to be great for you, but neither will any other weapon, really. You don't want to be max level exertion. Don't be maxed out on exertion. Short blunt, and long blunt are maintenance kings. They are absolutely the maintenance, prodigies. You can get a lot of short blunt done really quickly, and they're common. They're really easy to get without any extra hoops to jump. So like there you don't need a saw, you don't need knives, you don't need anything like that. You can get a ton of short blunts really, really quickly without any extra issues. Same for long blunts. You can get long blunts really, really fast as well. And all you need is 2 long blunts, and there you go. You're going to get more because they're going to last you probably until the next one. But yeah, in that person, I wouldn't respond to them, and I wouldn't probably. Like, is their video gaining traction? Is it a popular video? Because that video would need, like, yeah, that's going to be annoying later if it's popular. Let you check the views? Because if it's popular, it's just going to be annoying because it's just false. But they could also just be doing it for the views. Right? Yeah, so, okay, so they're not, yeah, they're not doing it for the views. You think they really believe it? Okay, well, I mean, then they're wrong then. If they ever were to cross paths with me, I would tell them they were wrong about that one thing that they said one time, and then I would hope they have a good day. That's about it. Of course, I probably shouldn't open with that, huh? Probably should be like, "Hello, how are you?" Yeah, I'm not gonna go out of my way to like jump someone and be like, "You're wrong." No, it's just they're ignorant. They don't know. It's not their fault. They have no idea. They even if they put thousands of hours into the game and then they've really really thought about it. Yeah, it's just false. And anyone who's played the game for a long time will probably agree. What are short blades? Stamina kings. They are the best for stamina. I think that person's just more or less scared of getting close to the zombies. Like they can claim damage numbers if they want, but like we've shown before, it's like look, so 0.32 for a spear stab, right? Spear stabs are considered some of the higher damage in the game, right? Minus like katanas or any of that. So like it's 50% damage right there, right? Look at the difference between damage on the hunting knife versus the spear. It's not that much. It's like maybe a 20%, and that's being generous. It's like more like a 15% or something like that difference. It's not that much. Yeah, level 4 nimble is great. I can't wait. We're about to hit level 5. Looking forward to it. But yeah, those kinds of people, they'll learn. Don't worry, or they won't. They'll stay bitter and focused on whatever it is they like. You know, whatever. It doesn't matter. Don't let it bother you. Just move on. They got your one view, and that's it. Like you just move on. You can try and help them figure like out some stuff, but at the end of the day, they're going to believe whatever they want to believe. So you can't really you can't show them that they're wrong. Yeah, without them being willing to accept. You know what I mean? Like they gotta be willing to learn. Otherwise, you can't. What? That's not true. I totally have an angry one. You just miss it. It's my character bending a crowbar. Yeah, look through them. Look through some of the GIF ones. Yeah. I actually have 2 angry emotes, but one of them's not Not on the list right now. Because I don't have enough emote slots. One day we'll have emote slots. But I did fill up all the emote slots with the ones that I thought best suited the channel. Although I do really like the frog fire one, which I had to take off, unfortunately. Because I just didn't have the space. One day we'll have space for all the emotes, and then I don't have to worry about it. I need to run back because we need to rest and then fish for like an in-game hour. Yeah, that one's laughing. Yeah, I think they're really cute. Those emotes are done by Prodigy. And then a few of the emotes are done by Hey. And then some of them are actually a batch set that I purchased off of Etsy. Yeah, there's a story behind that batch set. But at the same time, I did pay for them, so because I did pay for them, I will continue to have them available for the folks that like them. Because there are people that really, really like those frog emotes, and I'm one of them. I really do like my frog emotes. That one is done by Seaweed Anchovy. There's a link below in my stream under the About section. Is a Korean artist, absolutely incredible. They do good work. Um, Unfortunately, they are actually on a hiatus at the moment due to school. So I'm very proud of them doing their schoolwork and taking priority on that. That's more important than doing commissions. So they'll be doing commissions again in the near future, but they're gonna focus on school first, which is super like, and they do their art that those scenes crazy fast. Like the speed at which they produce art is otherworldly. It's insane. To the point where I was like, "Are you actually a person, or are you like one person?" And they're like, "Yeah, they're one person. They're an individual, and they're amazing." And they took that as a huge compliment. Like it's just crazy to me. Yeah, it is really good. And then also most of my YouTube thumbnails as well, for my VOD archive, because I wanted the VOD archive to look somewhat professional. So I made sure to make thumbnails for the VOD archive, and they're fairly good. I like them. I like the thumbnails. And when I do make YouTube videos in the future, I do intend to, hopefully, depending on who's available, because the most recent for this particular run and for this challenge that I'm doing with this, like the Often Helis times 16, Prodigy did the thumbnail for this one, and it looks amazing too. I was having problems with it in the thumbnail, like in the YouTube uploader for some reason, but then it sorted itself out, which was good. Sometimes files can be janky. It's weird. I very frequently have to upload the because I get these in PNGs, which are higher resolution, and I very frequently will have to upload them in JPEG because YouTube is very limited. Hello. But yeah, I absolutely adore the artists that I get to work with. They are all amazing. Um, some examples of Hayes' work, because I've talked about Prodigy and I've talked about of Seaweed Anchovy. Some of Hayes' work is this stuff here. The gold currency you see in the chat. Um, there we go. These these are Hayes. These are Hayes emotes. He created those for me. while I was on Mixer. Actually, those are really old emotes. But in saying that, I love them all the same. I like how candy-ish that heart looks. I like the gold bag because I like. I mean, I always wanted to have like a currency system that was like gold and stuff. So I like that. The snowflake was really special at the time, and so was the because my like I used to play Overwatch all the time. Having the little droid, snowball, and having snowflakes and a snow sort of theme was very common for my stream back then. Yeah, it's very very soft and kind of relaxing. Yeah, it's like squishy, kind of like a gummy candy, or like you said, it's cuddly. And then I like the other emotes that are there as well. They're all very nice. All the ones that are like this are Prodigy. There we go. And actually, these ones here are Prodigy as well. And then these emotes here are just ones that are special to me in one way or another. The tiny ones make me laugh because they're actually an error, but I'm not going to go into it because that's something that I. And then finally the batch set, which is this set right here, like that. There we go, and that's all the emotes that I have currently. I filled up all the slots because I felt like if somebody does subscribe, that they should be getting their worth. So on top of me being able to give the no ads, I wanted to make sure that I was giving the maximum amount of emotes because that's only fair. Oh yeah, he absolutely killed it for sure. And I'm probably gonna get Prodigy to do more stuff. Like I've got plans to ask Prodigy to do. So you guys know that I have a transition screen that goes like this, right, between the two. It's like a wave, right? I'm gonna get probably a transition like that, but is more channel related. Maybe frogs running across the screen or something. We'll see. I'll see with like maybe like a title card, like my username or something on the center, something like that. Is what I've been thinking of. That said, other such things, we'll see. I get the pleasure to work with these wonderful people, so it's been really really fun. And they are artists, so like I mean, people can reach out to them and get their own commissions as well. The only thing that I'm basically warning is like, for example, for Seaweed Anchovy, busy with school, so probably not going to be able to do any commissions right now, but will likely be able to do commissions in the future. Prodigy, very open to commissions. Hey, sometimes open to commissions, sometimes not able to, based on health and family and other such things. Life gets in the way, kind of thing. It's not necessarily her fault at all. I wouldn't blame her at all for it. I used to have a lot of issues with artists a long time ago. My own fault, though. I blame myself for those issues because I would offer to pay for things in mass and then expect like large projects, like, dumping too much on someone. Yeah, it was too much. Pleb as usual. Yeah. Have you played any online games? I'm thinking we've met before. Everywhere. I've met you before. All of the online games. There's at least one somewhere. People are always so creative in their names. It's great. And then a lot of my other friends are actually artists as well, but I've not asked them to do any art. Not yet, anyways. It's difficult to ask your friends to want to do stuff, but eventually, maybe for fun, we could consider it. Potato. 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 Yeah, it's difficult because the first thing is when you do it with friends, sometimes it's very awkward because it's like the whole payment thing and both sides being kind of nervous about that, which is like, I mean, I don't get nervous about that. I'm the kind of person that if I ask for something, I'll pay full price right away. I don't mind. That doesn't bother me. Right away. The entire price. So long as eventually I'm going to get something. I hope. And if it doesn't, like it's happened in the past where I didn't receive anything. Um, I would get frustrated after months and months and months, just like anybody would, right? Like I waited years for art from somebody once, and it like I don't hate that person, although that person has since cut ties with me big time, probably because they felt guilty. But at the same time, it's like it's one of those things, right? Because every once in a while I would ask them about it, and it would be an awkward scene, like, "Oh, well, yeah, it's on the way." And it's like, is it really though? Yeah, it can get kind of issuey, and then it can end friendships as a result, which is what I'm warning folks about. If you're ordering art from your friends, keep it. Oops, I sped up time while I'm lighting a fire. You don't want to do that because it doesn't increase the odds of you lighting the fire. Um, Speeding up time while lighting a fire, you just don't bother. It's better to just leave it going times one. Because I did the math on it once. It doesn't matter. Like in this, it's yeah. You don't get more chances. You get less actually. Sometimes it'll go all the way to the end. Am I trying to get some artwork done? No, we're just discussing art in general. I'm gonna get some artwork done in the near future, so I'm looking forward to that as well. As I will. There are other things though that are priority in terms of my finances. Like I need to absolutely make sure that I'm making my margins so that I can travel in the near future. Like I said, I've got projections for 1.5 years before I make my move. So I need to have everything sorted, everything arranged, and there's a lot to do with that stuff. But in saying that, although there's a lot to do, it is a comfortable lot to do. Are you an artist too? It's good if you are an artist that you're not just like immediately jumping on advertising. You're taking a second to feel out the room and see if folks are looking. That's a good way to do it, in my opinion. Building rapport with the people and getting to know folks is better. That way, clientele will be easier. Not in a professional capacity, but something as a hobby? Okay, that's fair. That's a good way to do it. In terms of searching it out. We should be able to start gaining weight now. Yeah, it's better to start at something as a hobby. You'll very much appreciate it a lot more. And we're gaining? We should be. No, we're not gaining yet. Dang it. I need to be lazy for a day, so I'm not allowed to kill anything today. What are we going to do instead? I guess foraging is best thing I can do. Obviously, we'll kill things that come close to us, but I need my character to be lazy for this whole in-game day so that we can start getting the... I'm somewhat a scientist myself. William Defoe? Yeah. Oh, we just watched that recently, the Spider-Man one. So cool. Seeing... I'm looking forward to... Yeah, it was really cool watching that new Spider-Man and having the multiverse stuff, and that was really cool. I watched that with Emma, and I ate all the popcorn. I remember. Yeah, with Doctor Strange. Yeah. Love the actor who plays Doctor Strange. Yay, fireworks. Thank you for the fireworks. Yeah. I've got to be a lazy person today and let the weight build up. But it's boring to just wait. I just want to go do stuff like looting. Oh yeah. You'd figure that Doctor Strange would have been better in that scenario because he can do those kinds of calculations too. I just expected more of him in that moment and was like he let his guard down too much. As a character, he could have done better. But yeah, I do think. Well, I mean, he did think. He thought about geometry there in that Grand Canyon scene. Yeah, they did a good job. I feel like that he could have maybe been better anticipating. Hello. I'm doing pretty good this morning so far. I've got to do some boring foraging stuff, which is fine, I guess. But just because I'm letting my weight build up a little bit for this in-game day, just so I can be out of the underweight. He's one of the most powerful, but also one of the weakest. Yeah, it's strange. It is strange. He is strange. I agree. Well, Batman. I can't remember when I seen it, but I seen a scene where Batman switches like, what the heck is this? Boonie hat. Um, it was like a cartoon scene where Batman switches with Superman and somebody else. I don't even know who they were, but it just caught. It was in my shorts while I was flicking through, and it was it was interesting because he's like everybody's struggling except for Batman, who's perfectly fine in whatever body he gets. Although he felt a little bit angsty because he was in a teenage body. You were talking about MCU, and I threw in Batman. That's fair. Well, I figured that they cross like all of the stuff crosses, right? It's fine. He's like Sherlock basically, and he's like a modern Sherlock. It's like super deductions and such. So he doesn't need powers, but he does have like some stuff. Yeah, it is definitely like reading Sherlock sometimes. He proved that in quite a few things that he doesn't really need the tech, that he's able to like still solve stuff. But then again, I'm not a huge Batman fan. Like I think he's cool. That's about it. That's as far as it goes. I think that all superheroes are neat. I don't really feel like one is that much better than the other. I'm sorry if that's controversial, but I feel like they all are characters that are designed to be neat in their own ways and that people can relate to them in some way, but also still appreciate that they've got like qualities that they themselves wish that they had in themselves, that they could then be better people. Hawkeye is the best superhero. Isn't Hawkeye like an archer or something? I like bows. Bows are cool. Okay, now the game's just buttering me up. Like, what are you doing, game? Is you gonna give me a tea kettle? Can I have a teacup too? I have a tea bag. I'll make a cup of tea if you give me the resources to do so. Can I have a teacup? Pretty please. Hawkeye's a very underrated hero. I mean, I don't know. Is he really? It seems like some people like him in the chat. Okay, well, I mean, if he inspired you to get into archery, like, I mean, how bad of a character could he be? I'm sure that the comic book versions were pretty good too, right? Most of this stuff was comic books first, so it ends up being that they have some credibility, and obviously from there they can reach this screen. All right. Yeah, let's go try and fish. It's not likely to give us much, but it'll give us a little bit, and if I can gain just a little bit more, I should be able to gain enough weight that we should be okay. Like, I really want to go kill zombies today, but it's like it's a weight gain day. 16663. Many sixes. Well, that sounds kind of cool. I thought there would be more zombies in this area, but I guess a helicopter did have happen in the south, and we're not gonna win any awards with our fishing right now. Video is wholesome. Okay. Can't wait for us to all become cyborgs. I mean, might happen. AI is certainly going that way. I could see humanity wanting to improve in that way to reduce our flaws and all of that, but obviously it's got to be something of a choice for everyone, right? Let people choose to be cyborgs if they want, don't force it on anyone, etc. But who knows? Maybe we will get, evolve into machines, but keep some of that other stuff. Well, yeah, that and the disease, right? The disease and all of that nonsense that we have to deal with on a day to day. It's not too bad. It does sound like a good movie, doesn't it? Wear and tear, your fatigue and your stamina, having to deal with that. No more stamina. You just can go as long as your specs allow it. Like, that wouldn't be too bad. Is there warmer clothes that I could be wearing? See, this Ranger shirt, no Ranger jacket. It's fairly good insulation. So Ranger shirt has good insulation. Wearing long socks. Ranger jacket is not the best. Um, Padded jacket is the best in terms of insulation. Of course, I'm not freezing, but my character's a little bit cold. She also wasn't moving around, so that she'll heat up here in a second after moving for like 2 seconds. But yeah, it is crazy good insulation. Leather gloves aren't bad. Like in terms of our overall, the place that I'm actually losing the most insulation is one. Apparently, my ranger pants have a hole in them, and then two, my head, because the frog hat doesn't offer insulation. The frog hat is a purely cosmetic piece that I like wearing, so I need to find and repair my pants, I guess, because I think at some point one of the trees tore it. It's okay though, because we do happen to spot a lot of rangers. There are tons, so we can just keep looking until eventually we get a pair of ranger pants. But we don't have to really stress on it right now. Ranger pants are also one of the more warm pants. Padded pants are superior, but look at the insulation on this. The ranger outfit in total is very very warm. Yep, dust mask or a gas mask would help. I can wear those. Bandana, true. I can wear a bandana as well. I haven't seen a bandana for a little while though. But yeah, so if you look at the ranger shirt, pants, and then the insulation and wind resistance is very good. So after fishing, I'm gonna pause and I'm gonna take a brief couple of minutes. We caught one fish. Okay, I'm gonna pause for a sec. I'm not gonna BRB for the whole time. I'm only gonna BRB for like a little bit, but still, I am gonna Alright, sorry about that. There we go. Wolverine. Wolverine is good. Yeah, I do very much like Wolverine. Yeah. Hulk is crazy too. Uh, I really like the ancient one as well. Like the both versions, like the old dude as well as the one that they updated for like I like the ancient one. Oh, I don't need to fish. What am I doing? The both are really really good. Yeah. I haven't seen that movie, but I seen the clip with where Hulk goes, yeah, like yeah, Ancient One, the Supreme Sorcerer. Like I seen the clip where she basically beats him. Like let's be square. He loses that fight technically. Hulk goes down because it's physical versus mystical, and there's no. She just like puts him to sleep, starts talking to his actual being. That was cool. I like that stuff. That's neat. Let's light the fire. Look at these rabbits. Okay, here, let's compare winter rabbits versus winter fish. Like, here, look at this. 5, 3, 3, 5, So even combine them, 10 and 6, 81, 98. These are the chunkiest rabbits ever. Yeah, Spider-Man villains are not frequently just evil. Sometimes they're selfish, definitely selfish, but not necessarily inherently evil. Yeah, kind of. I mean, yeah, Kingpin, but he's an underworld mob boss. That's not fair. And technically, he's not the worst evil, right? Yeah. Look at these rabbits, though. Look at these rabbits and tell me that's not ridiculous. 106, 128. They are the fattest rabbits that have ever existed. Gargantua rabbits. They are the chunky rabbits, the big ones. Like they weigh only 3 though. A fish of the same weight will be like 12, 16 weight units, right? But a rabbit of that same caliber, a lot smaller, a lot more fat on the bones. That's crazy. Fish are heavy. Yeah, they are heavy for sure. Hefty. They have weight to them. Let's get my meat salad on the go. Like I'm not overcumbered right now, even though I'm carrying around this rabbit flank that has like 100 plus on it. And it probably can tuck right in my bag. Actually, can these both tuck in my bag? They can. Yeah, that's ludicrous. I'm not even high level trapping. I'm like really shittily leveled in trapping. Of course, that trapping level doesn't equal the size of your rabbit. At least I don't think. Physically can't take any more. Three. This little house? Yeah, it's really cute, huh? I've been enjoying living in the tiny house, but at the same time, I do miss my bigger bases. A little bit. And I'm going to. Caterpillar. Kettle. As much as I want to brew tea, not time. It's not time for that right now. There's one of these in Rosewood. Yeah, it's a very common tiny house that they'll use around the map. Hmm. This house here is often used too. Where are you? This combination of house right here is used a lot as well. Same with a lot of these other little houses. I've seen a couple of these around. Maybe there are only 3, but I feel like I've seen them before, especially in West Point. Hmm. Mm. Delicious. Oh, no worries. It's probably there's a lot of recycled houses in this, but that's one of the reasons why I'm super excited about all the new building features and stuff, and the cleaning and all of that. Is we'll be able to not that every game looks the same, but in the future, more differences. There's going to be a lot more differences. Yeah, I'm excited for sewers as well. I'm excited for dying in sewers. Like, zombies coming down, and that iconic scene of you being against the sewer Great Wall and looking at the big horde in front of you. Oh, it's going to be good. Storytelling's going to be amazing. I can't wait. There's going to be so much of that. Or being stuck on the big roof and then watching people jump and do the fall animation. I'm hoping they add parachutes because it's going to be fun. I will leap off the top of buildings all the time. It'll be so fun. Just to slowly land into a horde of zombies. No, they're around me. Ah! Yeah, that. Because that's the balancing factor for parachutes. Is that you're slowly descending. You can control where you land, but you better damn well be controlling fairly well. Hunting will be fun, yeah. One of my favorite features that is kind of maybe not the same favorite feature as other folks is that they're not going to be adding in the zombie animals. I like that. I like that they're keeping to, the zombie. They're not going to add in zombie dogs or any of those kinds of things, which is nice. They're keeping to the same style. I wouldn't like my dog to turn into a zombie. Also, if we do get pets, you better dang well believe that I'm going to keep them pets safe. Little chickens, yeah. Get some farm animals on the go. Can literally make a pizza fresh without it having to be the first month of the apocalypse. That would be so nice. All right, let's begin. Hopefully we can make it all the way to the chair. If we can make it to the chair, then I can push towards the car. If we can push towards the car, I'll honk the horn several times. We'll pull zombies over to the car, have a rest. I'm super, super stoked for us to actually be a little bit further along. We're actually also about to level up maintenance too. That'll be huge. Get that level 7 maintenance. Oof, so good. My favorite villain or hero? Ooh, that's a tough one. I like a lot of the heroes. Like, I really do. I'm playing like so many different versions of heroes, and like, I mean, there's a lot of them that I very much like. Can I narrow the field? Like movie villain or comic book villain slash hero? Like, because I have favorite like movie villains and movie heroes. Like I very like V for Vendetta is one of my favorite films, so V would be up there for me for sure. I very much love that movie. But Hugo Weaving's amazing as an actor. He's one of my favorites for good reason. Well, you know, for those that don't know who Hugo Weaving is, he's also Agent Smith from The Matrix. Or the Elf King from Lord of the Rings. Same guy. Plays V for E in V for Vendetta. Yeah, he did do a really good job. And when I did read the Lord of the Rings books, I also didn't really picture him either. But yeah, it's still, yeah, he did a phenomenal job. He's just a really good actor. He's like William Dafoe. They're both very, very talented. Very talented actors. And he's definitely up there for sure. That's literally, I would call that probably my favorite movie. But and then follow it with like that. I do have favorite like animated movies and a few other such things. But it's like, yeah. That's why when you said villain or hero, I'm like, I'd have to like narrow it down. It's like I do really like the comic book heroes, and I'd really like a bunch of I've the Hunter. I don't think I've ever seen that one. The Hunter. Definitely giving me a lot to look up later, which is kind of neat. I do like when that happens. I do write down a lot of stuff from stream and try to check it out later, which is why, for example, when South had listed Adventure Quest, I'd played that game before. I just didn't know it by the name. I also played another browser game that was kind of like it, but simpler, if you can imagine. It was like a text-based one. Hi, Prodigy. Yeah. Oh, Prodigy, you were talked about earlier, which is not a big surprise. That's one of the artists. Yes, it's Prodigy. Yeah, Doc loves the emotes, as well as quite a lot of other folks. All the good things that I said was true, and all of the absolute scathing things also were true. Because I always say scathing and terrible things about everyone. Yeah. Mm-hmm. The vicious lies. Yeah. Oh, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Prodigy. Prodigy's had a sub before, which is why he is now a letter opener. Not one of my favorite short blades, but it definitely is, it's an interesting one for sure. Appreciate you. Enjoy your ad previewing and your emotes. Yes. Locke's been very generous as of late, and that is really sweet. Super appreciate you. But make sure you're giving the frogs extra care too. Not just showering me with all the presents that could inevitably go to the frogs. I would much prefer to see the frogs showered in gifts than myself. You're not right back, but you are right back right now. What? I lied. I was not right back. But you are. You're right there. Yeah, that's fine. If they wanted to make you run, feel free. Frogs? Pet frogs. Yeah, Zoc has frogs. He posted them in the Discord, I think. I'm pretty sure. You should definitely check it out. It's a cute little video. He deep cleaned their habitat and they were all hanging out. I am totally gonna have a frog cam. That is not just that is a yes. That is happening. But I need to have frogs in order to do that, and in order to have frogs, I need to have an Emma, so an Emma can take care of the frogs when I'm not looking, as well. Because, as well as pet them and appreciate them too. Because, as much as Emma says that I might forget about the bullshit, you're gonna forget about the frogs. It's not gonna happen. You're gonna be too enamored staring at them all the time. That was a bad stab. Beep beep goes the truck. I definitely want rain frogs. But yeah, Zoc has pet frogs. Well, I showed you a few channels that exist. There are, I've got more, by the way. I probably should share all of them with you. Because we watch a lot of Korean and Japanese frog channels. Emma and I. Mostly Emma finds them and will link tons to me. But yeah, there's tons. Oh, but you don't know anybody in real life. Okay. Well, I'm gonna own frogs one day. When it's gonna be a thing we do together, though. Yeah, I wouldn't expect anything less. That's the frog's morning routine. Super cute. Should definitely look into that channel though, because they do often put the frogs. It's either that channel or the other one, where they'll put their frogs with little tiny props and like they'll put little hats on them and like they're not stressed out. You can tell that the frogs are absolutely relaxed, like and happy. Like they just received food is probably what happened, and they're just relaxing, just happy. Sometimes they squeak, and it's great. Yeah, those folks take amazing care of their frogs. Oh yeah, very happy frogs. And I get a little bit concerned about that the wood is going to cause them like the friction issues with the frogs, but you know they're going to be okay. I think I'm pretty sure because they get heavily hydrated. So yeah, we do need to go and get a rest in so that we're good. But as you can see, some of the zombies that are over here are moving over there, which means there's a few over here. Not very many though. Yeah, frogs are great. I definitely will consider doing a frog cam at some point because that would be cool. Alternatively, we would just post frog videos, same as the other folks. Like you don't want to stress the frogs out at all, but you know they are good for that. It's because frogs are amazing. Yes, they are amazingly cute. Plus, this channel isn't the only one on Twitch that has frogs. There's actually quite a few other channels that are frog-ish like channels that I've seen. One of them was playing Palia a while back. They do farming games for the most part and sandbox games. They played Zomboid at one point too, if I remember right. I don't remember their name right now, but they have a PNG tuber avatar that's a frog. I think yeah. There's a lot of frog appreciation on Twitch. Hi Otto, how are you? Yes. I hope you're feeling better too. I didn't know that you were sick. Feel better, Otto. Maybe get some sick riffs in. I know that music sometimes helps me feel a little bit better. Hopefully it can help you feel better too. Oh, did I check the... I don't think I did. Oh, well. It feels terrible. Mint teas, green teas are very good for it. And spice actually is very good for it too sometimes. So if you're a person that really likes spicy things, spices can open sinuses and it's very good. Honey and lemon. Yeah, that can. The lemon is like citrus is good, but also can hurt the throat a little bit. So definitely the lemon. Or I mean then the honey, but light on the lemon. Not too much lemon. Yeah, you just do a smidge. But honey definitely is amazing for getting your throat going. Yeah. We're not quite at a stage where I can go right back to the vehicle yet, so we're getting there. We need to go back. Look at these absolutely chonked out rabbits. It's still flooring me that they're so big. The biggest rabbits ever. They only weigh like 5 together. Yeah, mine. I am cooking. Our weight should go up here soon. Hopefully we can get rid of underweight. Yeah. Really has been nice to be able to do these longer streams lately. I'm glad that I've had the time. I'm doing pretty good. I've been able to do a couple of long streams lately, which is nice. We're doing good. Really going as hard as I can to get this weight up. Another 100. Not very many zombies today, but that's okay. I do want to get my character up early because I want to go and get fishing. Fishing on the way. Because if we can get a really big fish, well, I mean, that on top of the trapping we're doing, that would be great. Yeah. Auto is recovering. In recovery mode. Please hold. Auto is recovering. My current goal is just to get more kills, and to sustain. I started losing weight too much, so now we're trying to bring it back a little bit. So once that's been brought back, then, well, I mean, we'll really start killing again and more efficiently, hopefully. All the kills, yeah. To my previous neighbors, I'd have to get to West Point for that, and I'm not going to West Point this time. We're going to um, my cousin's house in Muldra in the game. I don't play. I don't really role play very well in this. It's like very bad. I'm pretty bad. I'm not a terrible role player. It's just that I'm just I could be doing something else. Yeah, I don't really focus much on the role play. If I want to role play, I'll go role play. But I don't. Yeah, not in this. I get immersed. Don't get me wrong. I do like the immersion, but yeah, if I want to role play, I'll do it in another way. This game does have great role play potential. It's just it's not the game that I would choose to role play in. Well, maybe I could see me on a role play server. It's just it's yeah, makes sense. It makes the playthrough feel a lot better. I'm sure. Light role play, yeah. No, don't put the dead rabbit in there. Usually it's on the top, but because of the way the inventory is laid out right now, it's not. That's okay. Eat that. Eat this. Put you 3 rabbits. I don't actually think you'll fit in the bag. I don't want to eat all 60 of that right now. Unless... Let's not do that. as a way to limit risk. That's fair. I do get scared sometimes in the game, like nervous, and I'm sure I'm not the only one. Like yesterday, you can actually see genuine fear in and then yesterday because a zombie broke into one of the like into my character's bedroom, and I could hear it on my character while I was asleep in the game. So that was genuine. Not I wouldn't say fear as much as I would say that was genuine panic of trying to hopefully save my character, and then uh, post panic bravado, I guess, is the best way to put it. Where, get out of my house, etc., etc. I don't remember exactly what I said, but it was so along those lines. This is my house, get out. It was one of those situations where I was not in control. I felt like I was not in control. And those situations are tense and terrible, but also really fun to watch. Yeah, I feel like those scenarios are the best. How can you be cold and raining? Can you please snow? Like, stop raining. Why are you raining? It's winter. Like, or not. Well, I guess it's not winter yet, but why is it raining? My character's cold. My character's wet. My character's upset. I don't have any means to get you warm right now. Space uses up 5 oxygen loaders, and you still got two. Yeah, I figure you're having some troubles, Elm. That's unfortunate. I get how that feels. Being surprised about amounts that are required. Yeah, definitely know how you feel there. Now we want to get straight down and out of this area. Oh, it has been kind of fun. Why is it so rainy all the time? And it's going up in temperature, not down. Oh, we're no longer underweight. Heck yeah. We return to our former weightedness. You're amazing. Alright. Greetings. My character's like Rambo? I mean, not really. Kind of like... I don't know. I don't think I'm like Rambo. Am I like Rambo? I don't have guns. At least not right now. And I don't think there's like a good machine gun. Oh yeah, in the way of killing zombies. Okay, I got you. I was completely like all I could think was that gun scene. You're always dying very fast. That's normal for people in the beginning, but don't worry. You'll get to a point where you hit your stride, and then eventually you start surviving for a lot longer. And it's a rite of passage with Zomboid. Everybody dies a lot in the beginning. It's okay. Even I died a lot in the beginning, or other people who are veterans. They've died a lot in the beginning. Any veteran that says they didn't die a lot in the beginning either did an absolute shit ton of research on the game first, or they're lying. It's probably that they're lying. Because research can only bring you so far, right? When you actually get into the game, it's different than research is going to be able to help you. Because I did a lot of research and I still got my ass handed to me on a silver platter. But that was even after. Like, just how it goes. Everybody plays the game in their own way as well, right? Oh yeah, you'll get there, don't worry. At first, you can shoot for your personal best, and then you can just keep trying to hit your personal best. Just shoot for you. Like, be the best you can be. You can do it. Yeah. And when this game will turn from Zomboid into, you know, Project Zim's The Apocalypse expansion, and then you'll get to play The Sims, but they're zombies. It's great. You don't have to watch your sim go to work every day. Not every day. Same. Same as everybody. Don't worry. All of us are in the same boat for that one. Why am I always so late? Yeah, no, you're okay. You're not late. You're at least answering folks, you know, and talking to folks. That's okay. You don't have to worry about being late. And that is a fair answer. Almost 17K. Yeah, we're getting there. Happy days. Hello. Thank you very much for the subscription. Do very much appreciate. Enjoy your frog emotes and your ad-free viewing, as always. Do super appreciate it. Crazy. Everybody's been very generous with the subs lately. It's just crazy. Super thank you. Ooh, okay, we can stop. We can stop fishing. That is a chunky fish. Yeah, sure enough. That is a big fish. We want to get back to the house and just put this fish in front of the thing. Yeah, chunky fish. Just like my chunky rabbits here. See, watch. You can kind of see it there compared to the rabbits. Oh, speaking of which, let's actually compare this 91 centimeter fish. It's 89, right? Let's compare it to some of the rabbits we got. Okay, so these ones aren't nearly as big, right? This one's 64, but only weighs 2. Meanwhile, this chunky fish weighs 11. Almost like that's quite a significant difference, right? It's not that much difference in terms of its total like amount that it gives me, but even if you were to combine all 3 of these rabbits, they weigh 3.8. This thing weighs 11.7. It's like it's nearly 4 times the weight. But these here, 51, 64, 34, like that's a chunky fish. Not a lot of meat on the bones though, but it is a chunky fish. It's got a decent amount of meat on the bones, I guess, but its bones weigh a lot. You can't eat the bones, apparently. One sec. Okay, sorry about that. Okay. 125. Hooray, finally. I'll go try to catch fish first. It's probably because if you watch Animal, or there's actually a lot of French streamers in the Project Zomboid community. If you watch any of those, they're not confused about your region. The algorithm just thinks you like and can speak French, which happens from time to time. Yeah, so if you've ever watched Animal or Tancred Terror or even that, quite a few folks. Well, they're French, right? So that's part of it. Yeah, but you've probably been in a lurk when somebody's raided them, so that would still maybe help. Okay. What a French seagull sounds like? I have no idea. Otto? What does a French seagull sound like? That makes me wonder sometimes. Do animals have accents? They might, right? Yes, they do. I figured that they probably would. funny because I can definitely put this in my bag, but I can't put the fish in my bag because it weighs 1,000 pounds for some reason. Why is it that the fish weighs so much more than a rabbit, even if I fillet them? Does not make sense at all. And then that's when the devs raised the amount of weight that the rabbits are by a lot, or halved the amount that the rabbits will give you. And everyone was sad. I hope not. I'm happy with the amounts that we receive. I take back all my complaints forever. Okay, that's neat. About frogs having accents. Ooh, I'm looking forward to that. Feel free. Don't forget to choose your roles. A lot of people do. Like tons of people. There's roles for games as well as there's roles for the role for what's it called? Just general role. Yeah, frogs with accents does sound interesting. There's so many times that I yeah. I've given a lot of people roles based on the fact that I know that they are particular. Can you drown in Why are you wanting to drown me in chocolate? You realize that it would only take 2 buckets, right? To drown someone. And 1 bucket if you made a two deep hole. Actually, because there's that crouch mod in the game, you probably could I could probably just drown in the 1 bucket, couldn't I? Head first, easy. That's a lot of chocolate though, Alan. Why do you have so much chocolate? Elm is literally that chocolate guy from SpongeBob, the one that's chasing them down. Chocolate. That guy. Yeah, Tom is really cool. Tom's experienced. Has done a lot of cool things and knows a lot of cool stuff. I want to work at the zoo. I don't want to work at the zoo because I like animals. So no, I do not want to work at the zoo. I like animals too much to want to work at the zoo. Well, this could be interesting, like helping animals. But you see a lot of animals like in pain, and that sort of stuff would be hard to see day to day to day. I figure that's the same for zoos. Yeah, that's true. Lots of zoos very much like having volunteers. Yeah, that's true. Helping is good, and if it makes you feel good, then that's good too. There's so much fog, I can't see anything. And whenever there's fog like this, it reminds me I need to clean my monitor. Yeah, I'm gonna do that now, actually. This is bugging me. Yeah. Sorry about this, but like, I mean, it's bugging me. Something fierce. As you can see every single speck on this monitor because of the fog. Not that I'm a messy person, I really am not. There we go, that's better. Pristine. The day I bought it. Right. That's much, much better. Something bugs you, eat it. Eats the monitor. Oh my god. A cannibalism? What? Interesting. I think it depends on the area you're in. I'm sure that there's different laws from different, like in different places, but you did specify the U.S. But is there not different laws in different states? I thought that that was a thing as well. Is there not different laws in different states? Like some states will probably have it outright, like not allowed. Okay, so then your statement would have to asterisk in certain states then. Of course, that's pedantic, and I'm sorry. My apologies. Rested. Okay, we're good. Let's go. Back down. But states can override federal laws. Okay, that's yeah, but okay. This is like RimWorld. Why? Why is it like that? That's not a federal law. That's the lack of a federal law, right? It's not illegal in the Netherlands. Okay, that's strange. I mean, it's one of those weird topics that I don't know how to respond or react in any which way. It goes beyond my mental understanding, and the amount of gymnastics that I would have to do to understand is just not worth it in my head. So I just, can I abstain? Is that something that's available to me? I'm gonna abstain. This is, I don't want to. I don't want to participate in that one. I'm good. Passing. Where's the pass button on this? Just a weird thought, kind of. That's probably triggered through RimWorld. RimWorld is very much like that. But there's a couple other games that do that sort of stuff too. There's that popular role, was it a role play game or a date game or whatever the heck that game is called? I don't know. It's like Andy and something, the something something. They're like siblings or whatever. I don't know anything about it. I just know that there's two siblings and that they do cannibalism and a bunch of bad stuff. That's as far as I got. I watched a couple people, like a person playing it. Those two people seemed mentally unstable, and that's about all that I could. All I watched before I went and I think I was working. Andy and the something something. I think one of them was Andy. They were twins. I was watching Pompino. Pompino's good. Good person. I don't think I'd ever play a game like that though. It's just so weird. RimWorld though I'd play, but RimWorld's weird in its own way. It's such a strange game sometimes. And I heard the Anomaly DLC was really fun, but also very overpowering. Oh dang, that's like a big post. Guilty of an minimum prison sentence, 5 years. However, if someone is stranded in the wilderness and their travel companion perishes and they eat them to stay alive, yeah, that's different. Because, well, assuming that there's absolutely that's like an absolute dire survival situation. So it's like it kind of gets its own sort of separate thing. But it doesn't end up like the South Park episode where they get snowed in for like 5 minutes and then they're immediately switched to cannibalism. Or even in Canada, it's not legal. But that's under circumstance though, which kind of I mean, it's I don't know, it's weird. You start getting into really, really weird gray areas with that sort of stuff. Oh, I don't have space in my bag. You die. Thank you. Not having dexterous sucks. I should have taken dexterous. Why didn't I take dexterous? Because I forgot, that's why. I didn't realize that dexterous wasn't on this character. But it's okay. We can just deal. Such a weird thing that is. 17,000 on the dot. I think, right? I don't, yeah. And it's gone. Yeah. Enjoy your lurk. Thank you. Do appreciate you. Get some gardening in. Oh, nice. If you have flowers, or if you should take a picture of your garden and share. Because totally would love to see it. You can post it in the gallery. You got like flowers, or even if you've got veg. Veg is really cool to watch growing. You will when it's done? Okay, kudos. Sounds good. Oh, that sounds terrible, but at the same time sounds like actually it will keep you busy for a bit, which is good. It's good to keep busy. Just good, just good. You wouldn't have a garden if you didn't enjoy it. So, best of luck. Enjoy your gardening. Okay. Not too many zombies over here. The northern leopard frog is more protected than humans. That is hilarious, but also awesome. More proof that frogs are friends, not food, though. I like when I have the ability to kill zombies because we're fed and we're starting to get back up there in terms of our stamina. We've made it back to the car, which is a solid sign. However, I still need to honk the horn a bunch and re. Make room for other stuff? I mean, I don't think the human mind works that way, but maybe it does. Do you have delete functions? Are you able to do that? If you are, kudos, because I can't. That's not something that is built into my brain. I can't just delete things at will. Some things I can. Some things I just delete because I don't think they're important. And then later I find out they might have been important. And then that's awkward. Oops. Could have been important. Might have been important. I thought it wasn't. I'm gonna kill these three. We're starting to feel that there's a lot less in the area, though. I think. There's still some, but I need helicopter confirmation that there's less in the area. If we can get a helicopter to come in and I can ignore it for 2 days, like, so for the first day that the helicopter's in, and then the day after, if there's nothing for the whole day, 24 hours, and then we move on to the third day, then that's that area clear. And we're fairly solid. Like, there'll be a little bits in here and there, but it's not going to be nearly that bad. And then we can start planning our move. I can finish looting things, maybe, but it looks like we're not going to have a vehicle. So, like, we've got generators, but I don't have the generator mag, so I can't actually hook up any of the generators. Which means we don't have access to the gas stations, which means we don't have access to gas, which means no cars, really. Like, sucks. That said, though, we can start making our push towards the next city, which will be, in our case, either West Point or Muldra, and I'm leaning towards Muldra. Hello. That's a monster of a meal. Look at that. 3 fish. Should be quite a bit. We got a rabbit there. I'll go check the rabbits really quick and then we'll head out because we've got time. Lots of time. Spear for you. But if I'm able to approach that car while it's like after a beeping, it should be okay. I might come back, grab one of the axes, the rabbit that's there. See, I do want to bring my run and put these down. Like that. Hopefully by 9 the fog is gone. The Simpsons is a spin-off of what show? Ah, that's an old show. Like that inspired this. Well, it's not inspired, like you said, spin-off. Ah, I remember seeing that on like the special features of one of the Simpsons like discs way back when. Ah, I don't know. I don't know the answer. I lose trivia time. I feel like I seen that on a special features though, pretty sure. It was a cartoon skit. Okay. That would make sense though. Because back then it would be Casey Ullman show. It, that would have been before I was born, probably. Just quite a long time ago. Think. Maybe. Maybe not. I know that I seen something like that on a special features for The Simpsons. Because I had some of the Treehouse of Horrors as well as a few of the seasons when I was much, much younger. Because I used to like The Simpsons. Not that I don't now, it's just that I haven't watched it in many years. That's all. We should be close to the road. Yeah. Just as I figured, we will have quite a few zombies. Oh, more zombies over here than I thought. Are we high exertion? We are. So I need to stop running. Because I ran all the way to get out here. Yeah. Thanks, Meta. Yeah, in the 19 or say 18. So yeah, that would have been before me then. Pre me. I didn't exist yet. I was still not around. Should be able to rest soon. This is where the road curves, where I put a chair. Fully rested. Nice. Alright, let's go. Hopefully the fog goes away soon. Good to go. I do like the sound of things on a spear, but I understand that I'm kind of making it worse for myself by doing it. It's just durability wise and enjoyability wise. Once in a while, picking up one of these items and hearing that sound effect instead is kind of nice. Okay, let's run back. We'll have a rest, and then we'll come back out. Just because the scissors on the end are actually making this spear worse. That is why. Because it's costing me more stamina. I should be able to run back, have a sit on the stool. Get more of this fog pass. 17, 17, 6. It's funny how some days that you're able to aptly deal with this, the fogs. And other days you just don't want to deal with it at all. That is a machete angle, but it's a bread knife. I will show it here in a second, but it is a bread knife for sure. Oh, Unknown. How you doing? Hopefully you're doing okay, Unknown. You're doing some times 16 host sent you? Fair. Let's go, hype rate, etc. Hello, Unknown. How are you doing? You having a good day? A mighty unknown host. Hello, hello. We're doing pretty good. How are you doing? Are you having a good one? How was your time 16? Surviving, thriving, wading through the zombies? How goes? Is it being kind to you? It wasn't being kind to me earlier today, but it's being kinder-ish now. So, we'll see how it goes here in a bit. I was suffering for food at the beginning, but now we're starting to get a lot better on food. We're bringing it back. We got our weight back up to 76, so, you know. Got to about day 20. A bit of integration. And you were kind of unfocused. Ooh. That does sound like a recipe for disaster. Integration can sometimes be very problematic, especially early on in a run. What integration was it that really sort of cinched it? Was it the shouting or was it the jets and the helis? Oh, you lost your car again? They took your car away again? I take it you're still alive. I'm pretty sure you're right. You're still good, but you're, and then the shouts. You're still good. Yeah, you're still alive. I figured. Takes a lot more than a few helis and some shouting to kill off unknown host. I need to mark this. Where are we? We're down here. Oop. Which number is this? 17. Lovely. What day is it again? It is the 27th of November at 1600. You'll get there. 4 months seems unthinkable. Yeah, you'll get there. It's doable. Let's see, same about there. Yeah. 1600 November. What's been happening with me? I've been playing, like doing somewhat longer streams the last few days, and it's been wonderful. I've had the time to do some longer streams, which, I went from. This is like the culmination of 4 streams, I think, if I remember right. Because we've had two 13-hour streams, and then this stream today. And then, so this is 4 streams worth. I've done about a month of stream, which has been kind of nice to get that in there. Oh, you'll get there. Don't worry. It's one of those things that you'll train and you'll feel more comfortable over time. We all died hundreds of times in the beginning, so don't feel left out like that. No, you're included in that. We all died a bunch, but yes, yeah, we're doing. I have been doing some long ones. I've kind of been excited about doing some long ones lately. So, and then I am actually gonna probably do a different game soon. Like, so I'm planning on doing all of the Portal games soon, like all in one day, sort of, if I can, if I've got the capability of keeping focus for that long in terms of the puzzles. I do want to do all of the Portal games, just for nostalgia's sake. It's been forever since I've done them, and Elm just told me recently that there's another Portal game that I haven't seen. So it'll be a little bit of a different day, but not today. Today is still Zomboid, and we're going to enjoy a lovely helicopter. I'm gonna go sit down on a chair and rest, though. Yeah, another game, I know. I played a little bit of Minecraft on the channel, as well as I've done a little bit of Labyrinthine, but like I played Labyrinthine one time. But since I've come back to streaming over the course of the last year, I've done almost nothing but Zomboid. So doing something different will be interesting, to say the least. Enjoy your lurk, best of luck, and I wish you luck when you actually start, when you start playing. Play more, and you'll be okay. And you got some good folks to help with any questions that you need, like Unknown or anybody else in the Zomboid community, because the Zomboid community is fairly wholesome. But yeah, if you need to get going though, Unknown, I know how sometimes you're always pressed for time. But you know, if you got Raid and Ghost, but you're welcome to stick around and like banter for a while if you want, or whichever. You know how it goes. My plan right now is to see how bad this heli is, and then rate it from there on how bad the area is. You're free for about 5 minutes? Only 5, though. That's good. Yeah, and same for you, right? Calm before the storm? Yeah, same. This is exactly how it is. Calm, and then the kids show up. And it's storm! I really need to just record one of those intro videos and then have that as something that I can play, because I'm really shit when it comes to introducing myself. Because yeah. It's one of those things that I'm just playing, enjoying, and having fun. Like that you guys introduce yourselves, like you and Buzz and a lot of other cool streamers. They'll do like intros and stuff. But it doesn't seem to fit in my head for me. I'm not sure why that is. Perhaps one of these times I'll do like a recording, and that way I can just push the recording and it's easier. I do like that stuff though. Oh yeah, we all got our different ways of doing things. Mine is usually I like enjoying and chatting with the people and such. But I'm also, I don't know, focused? Under-focused? Over-focused? I don't know. Mixture of both. Could be over-focus, like hyper-focus, but it also could be not. Unsure. Okay though. Not a big deal. I know this may come as a surprise, but so the biggest reason why I'm using spears right now is because I've never leveled spear all the way to 10. I've gotten it to like I think a level 7 or an 8, but I've never leveled it all the way to 10. So that's part of the reason why I'm using spears primarily. But you can see that even though I'm using spears primarily, I do seem to still incur quite a lot of short blade XP. Because I can't help myself. I just break a knife every now and then. Because it's like a palate cleanse. Few thousand with the spears, gotta break a handful of knives. I like spears. I think that they're good, but they definitely are very samey. And they are a little janky from time to time. There is definitely a few times where I'm like, that should have hit, but it didn't because of reasons. Reasons that I can't fully explain. It lit up on the thingy, and it still... Nope. Missed. How did it miss? Unsure. Yeah, spears can be janky, but you gotta respect them as one of the weapons that you can kind of make a decent amount of. Like they are definitely copious in their amounts. You can make them all over, so long as you go a saw, and well, that's it. That's really the only requirement, because you can get chipstones, and even without a saw, you can make them with branches. But it's like that's also a little bit more annoying. I've done Solace runs, and it takes forever if you're going to make spears. Running that axe build was really fun, though. Doing Cryo Winter with the axes, I did very much enjoy that. It's the closest I've ever come to axe level 10. We were a lumberjack. We had everything going for us. I think we were a lumberjack. I was so close. I was like 9.5. It was so fast. It was like lightning speed, even when I was cold. Yeah, I know they're your favorite. Hello. Hopefully you're having a good morning. The axes are fairly good. There is a reason why they are the front of the game. I like to think of them as the Mario of the game. They're not really perfect at anything. They're like jack of all trades, but, master of none. They're really good damage. Even when exerted, they're really, really good damage. But they don't hit that, like, high end of anything, because there's always something that does a little bit better than it. Durability-wise, crowbar beats axe, right? The fire axe is very durable, though. It's the second most durable weapon in the game. It happens sometimes. Sometimes we have life get in the way of stuff and we can't check it out. That's why it's good to have VODs. That way people can always check in and if they miss something. Oh, jeez. Did you and Rick coordinate? It would seem. You're both raiding at the same time. Hi, Rick. How are you doing? I figure you were probably modding today. Were you modding today? Or were you playing today? Pretty sure you'd be modding today. It's a coin flip. 50-50. You're playing Fallout 4. Okay, well, I'm completely wrong then. How is Fallout 4? Are you playing with mods or without? It's been a while since I played Fallout 4. Last time I played it, did I finish the game? I don't know if I finished it. I know that I got to the twist. So there was that. And like the final twist, I mean, not the fake twist that they make throughout the beginning of the game. Like when you make it to Diamond City, there's like a first initial twist. But okay, so you've been doing the new content, doing survivor mode. Okay. That sounds kind of cool. I haven't really looked at Fallout 4 for a long time. I need to get Emma to play Fallout 3, and that's not going to be an easy feat. Because Emma played the Fallout series for me at one point in time, right? As something that... Because that's what Emma does. Emma will play like story games and stuff for me sometimes. And it's a sort of like a... Emma gets to play, and I get to relax and not have to worry about playing or anything like that. I just get to enjoy what's essentially a movie for me, but Emma gets to do it. And anyway, so Emma did play Fallout 1 and 2 for me, and they were really, really good. But convincing, and then she did New Vegas, but convincing her to play Fallout 3, she's not really keen. And then Fallout 4 from there is tough. We'll see. It's one of those things that it's going to take some convincing, but might be doable. We don't have too much on the docket, but we do have quite a lot in terms of... why am I still out? I need to go back to bed. We have quite a lot of things we're watching right now, but not really very much that we're playing in comparison. So it's like... I mean, we just got Planet Crafter just recently, and that game is pretty fun. I like the Fallout series. I know a lot of people have been playing it because of the Fallout series that just released just recently, which is nice. Who knows? Maybe it'll be the kick that Bethesda needs to make another Fallout game that doesn't suck. Although I've heard that Fallout 76 got a little bit better, and I'm not expecting much out of Bethesda, but you never know. Companies do fun things when they kind of do dumb things for a while. Alright, nifty. Yeah, a good example reminds me of is it Square Enix or Square Soft? I don't remember which version it is, but I remember the original Final Fantasy game. The reason why it was called Final Fantasy was because it was supposed to be their last game, their final hurrah before they shut down the company, because they were in debt and having trouble and couldn't do it, and so they were going to release one final game as sort of their final thing, and then it blew up. And then now there's like what, 15, 16 Final Fantasies and some other ones, like online games, etc. It's a good series, but it's kind of it's when companies are back against the wall, sometimes they really shine. And look into that, hopefully. Not that Bethesda's back is against the wall, but quite the opposite, actually. I just hope that they do the series good, like in terms of, well, apparently the TV series was really good though. I haven't seen it yet, but I've heard good things. So two, or at least, yeah, or 10, sure. I thought I seen a zombie there. Okay, let's stand on the fish fillets and chop them up. Yeah, thank you again for the raid. I do very much appreciate. I am looking forward to. Nice. Being able to honk that car horn without having to deal with lots of hordes of the undead. Because it'll mean we've finally won this area again. Second time, but And then I can decide. I'm pretty sure I'm going to hit Muldra. I'm out of the two. I do want to hit West Point, but hitting Muldra might be better. Just based on the angle that I'm at right now. I mean, I could go up to the mansions and hit West Point but the issue with hitting West Point is they are going to inevitably push me, and when they do, I suppose I could just fall back to this area, but it is an eventuality. And we only have the 2 watch bags right now. I probably should make another one. That way we have 3. We caught one. Better than none. Mm-hmm. 4,499.12. For real? It stopped exactly 99. Of course it did. I didn't realize it until like I was just like, wait, that looks like it's basically full. It's like, hmm. Potato. Like, look at these enormously chunky rabbits. 84, 84, 65. Chunkiest of rabbits. Don't get much bigger rabbits than those. Oh, I mean, when we cook it, it's like in the hundreds. Super helpful because I can't really rely on fishing alone. At least not right now. I mean, we kind of can, but it's like, it's risky. Because there are days where we don't get any fish at all. Thanks to the winter debuff. Alright, let's go. We got stuff to do, zombies to slay, car horns to beep. Go. Solid. Let's see how many. Not that many. Perfect. These things away there. Oh, bread knife. Oh, I ran right past it. I need to run back. Fail. My bad. Okay, let's go see that vehicle. And make a cloud. You're still alive. Yes. For now, at least. No, stop running. What am I doing? There we go. Okay. Oops. Well, I mean, it's fine. It's fine. Like 3 there, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15, 14, 15, 16, 17. The chair there. That's what I want. To sit on the chair. We'll kill all of these so that I can sit on the chair. Oh, that's unfortunate. That sounds good for the plants, though. If the ground is like really, it's like holding its moisture. It's like soup. That is kind of not how you would want to work in. Alright. I mean, she does lake baths. Given the situation of the world, I think it's fine. But yeah. Oh, okay, you were talking about plants. I see. My bad. Yeah, my day is good, and hopefully your lurk is good too, Gabe. Good job on being productive. Alright, 17 and 500. Not bad. Apparently error 2? 2 error. Wonder what's causing that. Maybe it's like a sound reader, or maybe it's a... For some reason though, error 2. Don't know why. Probably should go into debug and wait for it to happen and then see, but... As long as it doesn't affect us, I'm okay with it. It's really funny during my PB run when there was like a bug with the integration where it made the when they did the FEMA drops, they would drop flyers, and there was something that went wrong with that and so every time somebody would call that in, I ended up disabling it because every single flyer they dropped would be a bug because it wasn't registering properly. It wasn't dropping the flyers, so it just like you'd watch a bug number just skyrocket. Like hilarious. Not that the FEMA drops were that great, anyways. They were okay. Like they give you food and sometimes some other stuff, but they were not really super needed. They were just more of something extra to have. Oh, that reminds me, I'm supposed to get a pair of pants. I'm sorry, Ranger pants. I am going to take these instead, at least for the time being, because they don't have a hole. So we'll put my Ranger pants away. I probably one of the trees ripped my pants is what happened. I wonder if this makes anybody nervous. I mean, right now it would make me nervous because I'm seeing all these moodles pop up, but not really, I guess. I'm super happy we managed to situate our weight. That's huge. You need to create an AFK mod. The one thing you can be productive in PZ even when AFK. You do like an auto mod, like one of those ones that does like mechanics or something. You just have to check on your character and be very, very careful that your character doesn't get eaten while you're away. It's one of those ones that you could use for a server. I'm sure they exist. You could do like an auto clicker that does like reloading. Get your reloading to 10 while you're AFK. Just make sure to come and check on your character to make sure they need to eat and sleep and all that every once in a while. But, those sorts of things can be done for sure. It's more fun to play the game, in my opinion, though. But that's, somewhat obvious. It's another 200 day, which is not too bad, and we're doing fairly good. I'm quite keen on how good we've been doing. Yeah, we're almost leveled up on spear. We've nearly leveled up to level 5 foraging, which is solid. We're doing fairly well overall, but I am going to call it there for now because that is a good stopping point. As much as I would like to carry on and hit 20k, there are other things that I need to get done today. So, as much as I would like to carry on, let's look for somebody to raid. Well, thank you very much for the follow. Look for somebody to raid. Mm-hmm. Interesting. Quite a lot of folks on. I know. We'll raid Whiskey. Whiskey double. You guys can go hang out with Whiskey. It's been my pleasure as always. Say hi to Whiskey for me. If you're a sub, you can do like the raid stuff. What is it? Those. Or you can just raid with whatever message you want. Anyways, it's been my pleasure as always, everyone. You have yourself a wonderful day. Wish you guys all the best.